Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Monday, March 28th, 2022 meeting of the Environment Committee. Hopefully our last meeting, this JF meeting. We are going to immediately go into recess and we will be back with you shortly. Thank you.
Well, no. All right. Good morning, everyone. If you have your computers here and the volume is up, here we go. We need to lower them. We are reconvening the Environment Committee meeting for March 28th, 2022. It is 11:05. Welcome back, everyone. We will begin with remarks by the chairs. So let's start with Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's nice to see everyone here. And hope to have a good meeting today and have a good discussion on the bills. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to this meeting and a lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Palm.
All set to go. Thank you, everybody. I'm on remotely, as are most of the committee. Best of luck to all.
Thank you, Senator Slapp. And we're going to pass over Senator Slapp to my co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just glad to be here on what I hope will be our last meeting, although I always love this part of the bill process, so and love being together. I'm sorry I am not there in person today as I was last time, but my meeting schedule has prevented me from being in Hartford today. So grateful to be here. Looking forward to a good discussion with a robust agenda today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to move right to Roman numeral number 3. The first bill in that section is Senate Bill 235, an act concerning veterinary reporting of dogs used in animal fighting. This would be a JF to the floor, and I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Cohen, seconded by
Rep. Michelle.
Representative Michelle. The bill requires licensed vets who have reasonable cause to believe that a dog was injured or killed by participating in animal fighting exhibition to report that to law enforcement authority of the town where he or she thinks that exhibit occurred or exhibition occurred. The bill specifies that the vet himself or herself who makes the report is not civilly liable because of it. Any questions or comments? Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have 2 dogs. There's a bit of a difference in age, and at times when they're playing, things get out of hand. Sometimes they both try to jump in my chair when I'm in the chair, and that's a lot of dogs in the chair, but sometimes they're fighting over something. Neither of our dogs are registered dog fighters. And so is it imagined under this legislation that for the average dog owner or pet owner, that a squabble that might occur inside someone's home between 2 dogs or between a dog and a neighbor's dog, as much as it's unpleasant, certainly is not dog fighting. It's not an organized dog fight, that those instances are not intended to be captured in this bill?
Senator Minor, yes, that would be the way I'm reading the intent of this. I'm thinking that a veterinarian would have experience in knowing the difference between a squabble, which most likely the owner or owners would make an attempt to end without a continuous serious injury, than something that involved animal fighting where the injuries were actually extensive. So, but to answer your question, that's not the intent of the bill.
And so the mere presence of what could require stitches or might not require stitches. Those are not the circumstances necessarily that would warrant someone making that notice to law enforcement. No one, I'm trying to be sympathetic to what someone's trying to get at here. And I think there is a serious problem, whether it's fighting roosters or fighting dogs, or I don't know how many other animals. But my point is, I just want to make sure that we're not going to compel my veterinarian to notify the Litchfield constabulary if the dog shows up, because we are always conscientious about care for our animals, that it's not going to warrant someone filing a report and then we got to go down to Troop Bell.
Is that a word? Constabulary?
Constabulary is a word.
Oh, okay. I learned
Next
something
time you're out to
new
the
every
country,
day.
next time you're out to the country, we'll have oysters and I'll show you the constabulary.
Well, that's they don't grow oysters in the country, but I'll bring them with me. I'll bring it with you.
Better yet.
But to your point, I believe the expertise of the veterinarian would be able to discern the difference, but that's not the intent of the bill. Anyone else with any comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move this, assuming we're going to have more than one bill on a consent calendar, based on your explanation, to a consent calendar, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Senator. Will the clerk please take note? 235.
Move to consent.
Moving on to item number 2, House Bill 5296, an act concerning the open space and watershed land acquisition grant program. This would be a JFS. To the floor, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
It's moved by Representative Mashinsky, seconded by Representative Harding. The bill authorizes up to $10 million per year. That's the difference between the language that we heard in public hearing and what was adjusted for today, in general obligation bonds for DEEP to provide grants under the OSWA state grant program. Any comments or questions? Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I'm assuming that it would be okay with everyone else without objection, I would ask that this be placed on the consent calendar as well.
May I refer to my co-chair, Senator Cohen, before we refer that to the consent calendar? Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment on this program. It is a tremendously successful program across the state that is traditionally low on funding. And I believe we heard at public hearing that last year they had over 37 applications and just could not meet the need. I think it was in excess of 25 million in requests, for which they had 7 million to satisfy. And so this is a program that absolutely needs our support and dollars behind it. We know that by conserving and preserving these lands, we are also doing the environment a favor. They act as carbon sinks. They act as wonderful trails for folks to recreate on throughout the state and act as a draw for tourism as well. So I am in full support of this legislation before us today.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. I would agree wholeheartedly. Being the lucky enough to be the legislator on the representative on the OSWA board, I see the good work that they do. If you recall, in the past, we used to actually have 2 grant rounds per year, and we'd like to get back to doing that or increasing the funds that we are able to dole out to try to get us closer to our 21% open space goal by 2023. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize to my ranking for speaking after him, but with a positive comment. When it comes to our inland waterways, once we get above 25% development on those inland waterways, we start to see eutrophication of lakes and ponds. And so I think this is a good bill, and I'm happy it's moving forward to protect the environment, protect our inland waterways. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Seeing no other Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't mean to jump in when others have already spoken, but I do think it's important that we have the funding for this type of thing. But I also did want to inject that simply because that I don't necessarily think that the best way to preserve open space is always for the government to own it. I think property owners, especially farmers, do an excellent job of preserving our open spaces. And, it is important to have funding when open space acquisition by the government is necessary. And therefore, I'm supporting this bill, but I don't want that vote to indicate that I believe that the best way to support open space and to preserve it is for the government to own it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Duly noted. I would comment that seeing a lot of the applications, they are coming from land trusts, which do a yeoman's work as far as preserving our precious open space going forward. Seeing no other hands raised per the recommendation of our House ranking member, if I don't have any objection, we're going to place item number 2 on the consent calendar. Clerk, please note. Moving on to item number 3, Senate Bill 240, an act concerning the use of sodium chloride to mitigate snow and ice accumulations. This would be a JFS to the floor. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by my co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Horn. This bill should be familiar. We saw it last session as well. And we did make some changes following the public hearing. The bill requires DEEP and the DOT to jointly work with UConn's Training and Technical Assistance Center to conduct a training program for state, municipal, and private roadside applicators. The training must rely on the Connecticut Best Management Practices, which is the Green Snow Pro Sustainable Winter Operations Guide for municipalities, and include instruction on each topic in the guide and provide additional resources for each topic, of course, with the goal being using less sodium chloride, using less salt. Less salt means less sodium chloride getting into private and even public watershed going forward. The bill allows the commercial salt applicators to register annually with DEEP and certify that they receive the roadside applicator training and any other training required by DEEP in regulations and comply with the policies and goals that DEEP outlines. There would be a one-time ask in the bill of approximately $142,000, which would constitute a new hire to administer this program, and then ideally it would become sustainable following that. And then lastly, as far as changes to the JFS language, the bill in Section 5 would require anyone who installs residential water treatment systems to give each of the customers who seek that installation of a water softener or tank written information about the importance of testing that drinking water for the presence of sodium chloride and potential consequences of excessive sodium chloride. Any comments or questions? Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation is always, at least it has been in the time I've been here, intended to be for the right reason. There's no doubt that there is an impact on residential wells in many communities in the 30th district, and I would argue probably all over the state. I've raised the observation a number of times to committee leadership that every year we seem to talk about this legislation, and every year I witness CONDOT vehicles going up and down Route 18, 118 or 202, Route 8, with the back gate open. So not the full tailgate, but probably a 2 foot by 2 foot opening in the back of the truck. And out of the back of that truck is pouring tons and tons of salt. I think, once again, we're going to attempt to pass legislation that does the right thing. And we've got our very own agency almost thumbing their nose at the committee. So I'm going to listen as the debate continues, the discussion continues. I do appreciate the committee's interest in this area. There are probably better than 95% of the legislators serving today have a constituent with a well that's been affected. And so, again, I'll listen, but I think it's got to be put on the record that we're going to attempt to train some very small companies here in an effort to get them to limit the amount of salt they put down in parking lots and on sidewalks and driveways. But our very own DOT seems to have an endless supply of money and an endless supply of salt. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Next up is Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Keep my camera off out loud.
You're breaking up, Representative Chafee. How about, like you said, try with the camera off? And we lost him.
Always on his iPhone.
Yep. You're muted, Brandon. Okay. Want to try again, Brandon? Okay, we're gonna hopefully get this connection issue solved, but in the meantime, we're gonna go to Representative Dubitsky, and maybe you can get into a better zone there, Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very supportive of this bill, and the reason why is because it includes training state workers. Piggybacking on what Senator Minor said, in my town, we use very little salt. We use primarily sand, and the biggest polluter in our town is the state of Connecticut.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, but if you could just stand by to let Representative Dubitsky finish, then we'll go back to you, Representative Chafee. Please continue, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know that over the years, this bill has changed a little bit. As I recall, an earlier iteration of this did not include training for state applicators. And I'm glad that it does, and I will be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. And I was remiss in not pointing out the municipality of Ellington during their public hearing testimony, letting us know that incorporating this into their town has saved them several $1,000s worth of costs for excess sodium chloride. So we're going to try again, Representative Chafee. Let's give it a go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple questions on the bill. The first regarding the certification process. If a company employs 20 people, do all 20 employees that operate this machinery need to be certified, or just the business itself needs to be certified?
Thank you for the question. A business that employs multiple commercial applicators may make an organizational certification for the business owner's the chief supervisor and its employees. But the business must ensure that all of its commercial applicators receive the training and provide the required record keeping on behalf of those applicators. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And then section 3 of the bill exempts applicators from liability if they are certified. I was wondering if you could clarify what exactly are they not liable for if they're certified?
The bill provides a civil immunity to commercial applicators and the owners and occupants and lessees of the land maintained by that specific commercial applicator who are registered with DEEP. The immunity is for claims arising from insufficiency or hazards caused solely by snow or ice, even if there is actual notice of the insufficiency or hazard. So I guess in layman's my kind of terms, slip and fall. So if somebody slips and falls and says you didn't have enough of product on this, and the individual says, no, I took the state course, the Yukon course, and I did it correctly, and I'm certified, then it would limit their liability.
Okay, so the liability waiver is limited to slip and fall type injuries, not over application and polluting groundwater.
And I'm sure that on the other end of the spectrum, that would be also something that would be a protection for the individual who was certified after taking this course.
Okay, thank you for the clarification there. I do agree we need to do something about the overuse of salts. It's damaging our vehicles, it's damaging our bridges, and it's damaging the environment. So I do agree with the intent of this bill. I think we have to do some work and make sure that everybody who's actually out there working, applicating this stuff is properly trained. And also, I do take issue with what seems to be a blanket exemption for liability. So I will be voting no on this today, hoping we could work on those issues in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief comment. I greatly appreciate Senator Minor's leadership and comments on this bill. And I just want to point out that under Section 4, the bill does talk about identifying any available state or federal resources. I know in my district, I have several constituents contacted me with contaminated wells, direct runoff from state roads. So I'm hoping to work, and maybe the committee can work with the Department of Revenue Services to make those funds available. So I appreciate the bill, and I appreciate my fellow members' comments. They've all been very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Seeing no other hands raised on the Zoom room or here in 1C, I would ask our clerk to please call the roll for Senate Bill 240, an act concerning the use of sodium chloride to mitigate snow and ice accumulations. JFS to the floor.
Senate Bill 240 LCO 4019. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp.
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Outside security
Thank you, Representative. Representative Berger Chavallo.
Forensic Hospital and CBH.
Representative Berger Chavallo votes yes. On mute. Hold on for just one moment. I just want to make sure I have everyone on mute who's gone on mute. Okay. Thank you, Representative Berger Chavallo. Representative Betts. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes no.
Representative D'Amico.
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes today.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein, Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes no.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative,
Senator, sorry, it took me a minute to unmute. Senator Kushner votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Michelle,
Rep Michelle votes no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
I'm sorry, Representative Mashinsky, I just didn't see you on the, are you in the room?
I'm in room 1C.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
thank you.
Thanks, Kaya.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Bimbis, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes pass.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young, are you remote? Because I don't think I saw you on the screen, so I apologize if you're in the room. There you are. Just one more time, if you would. Representative Young, I did see you briefly. Would you mind just giving your vote one more time, please?
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you very much. That concludes the votes that I have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just an FYI for everyone, we will be holding the votes open to a time that we will determine, that depending on how long this meeting takes. But if you're listening at home and haven't voted, we will be keeping the votes open, so you'll have a chance to register your vote. Next is item number 4 under Roman numeral 3. House Bill 5294, an act concerning the intentional release of certain balloons. It's a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion. Moved by Representative Shinsky, seconded by
Rep Michelle.
Representative Michelle. The bill, beginning in October of this year, prohibits knowingly releasing, organizing the release of, or intentionally causing the release of helium or lighter than air gas balloons into the atmosphere. The difference between the language of the bill that we heard in public hearing and this language that we have substituted is the National Weather Service or similar research entity balloons doing research and taking data are exempted from the bill. We all know, having done cleanups in each of our districts, how often we find the balloons, the Mylar type balloons, and we are hopefully going to take a small step forward to trying to curtail that. I will tell the committee that I've been in touch with the retail industry to ask for their voluntary cooperation on this. I did not want to include any, for lack of a better term, mandate for signage or information going forward. but their willingness to participate in voluntary notification of hopefully what we're going to do here is very encouraging. Any questions or comments? Representative Mashinsky.
Just making a note that years ago, when I chaired this committee, we attempted to ban these balloons because of the destructive effect on wildlife. And we had students from around the state working on it and could not get the votes for 0. Just 10 was the best I could get out of this committee. But it's a new day. More students are interested in the project. They would love to see this be 0. And it'll take a while for the public to get out of that habit of releasing balloons on special occasions, but they'll find another way to celebrate with banners or flags or whatever else. And the environment will be better off. The marine life will be better off. And those kids are now full adults that worked on the bill before. They're now full adults. And I'm sure wherever they are, they will love to see this go to 0. And the representative that's pushing it this year is Haynes. Yes, Representative Haynes will also be very glad to see this go, and the students in her district as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting this on the agenda.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. I had visions of you being one of the children back then, pushing for the bill back then. Seeing no other hands, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wouldn't feel right if I didn't continue to share my thought on this bill that I have already voiced in committee a number of times, not only this session, but the last time around. And that is that I wish the bill had some teeth in it. And my definition of teeth is an incentive to the residents that will be affected by this bill. And that would be if you see something, say something. And if you see something and say something, you're rewarded because you get half the fine. I know it's not in the bill, but I think that a lot of things that we pass in this legislature don't have teeth. And therefore, the folks that are involved with enforcement of our laws never hear about a violation. So just for the record, and other than that, I'd be happy to have this on consent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wilson and Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and echoing Representative Wilson's comments, I would ask that this be placed on consent, please.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Madam Clerk, please note item number 4 for the consent calendar.
So noted.
Moving on to item number 5, Senate Bill 242, an act establishing a working group on the restoration of eelgrass. This is a straight JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by Senator Minor. The bill requires our committee here, the co-chairs and ranking members, to convene a working group to develop strategies for preserving, restoring, and expanding eelgrass along the shoreline, specifically taking a look at studies in New York and Rhode Island. This is something that was in Long Island Sound for many decades, and it's kind of on the decline now, and we're hoping to figure out how we can repopulate the eelgrass in Long Island Sound. Any comments or questions? Representative Harding.
Sticking with the old adage that if you have a bill moved by Rep. Michelle and seconded by Senator Minor, maybe you place it on the consent calendar.
Will the clerk please note item number 5 on the consent calendar?
So noted.
Item number 6, Senate Bill 237, an act concerning the funding of fish hatcheries. This would be a JFS to the floor. I would entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Minor, seconded by Representative Mushinski. The bill appropriates an additional $2 million to DEEP from the general fund for fiscal year 23 to fund fish hatcheries. The JFS language that is different from the bill that we heard in a public hearing would require half of that $2 million, which itself was reduced, require $1 million of these funds to be used to repopulate Atlantic salmon specifically, and also American eel to the state of Connecticut. Any comments or questions? We will start with Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the program, and if I recall correctly, it's been flat funded for a long time. So there's no question, and the testimony, I believe there were maybe 2 people who testified on this matter. I am concerned, though, this, given where we were with the spending cap, this reflects somewhat shy of a doubling of what we're providing, because if I recall correctly, it's currently funded at $2.3 million. So an additional $2 million is a big jump. Is our fiscal person here to comment on that?
Comment in what way? To confirm that it's
yes, I want to confirm that my recollection of the current allocation in the budget is accurate.
I am no fiscal expert, but when I looked that up, that was the figure that I saw was 2.3 million. So you, in my opinion, are correct.
I have concerns about this, not because of the value of the program. I'm excited about a lot of the initiatives here. This is recreational, but I'm excited even about just protecting prey fish. I think there's a lot of good things that have happened here. Oysters I've spoken about last year, but I am worried about the spending cap and about number of a lot of the testimony we heard on other worthy programs, and I'll listen to the discussion, but I think this increase is a bit bigger than we should be doing.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. I would say that in the past, a lot of the funding used in the fish hatcheries has gone towards specific stocking of fish for the opening of fishing season when it did happen around this time of year. So we will listen to the testimony as we go forward as well. Next, Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a lot of good work here, but I also think there's a lot of concerns as well. Some of the things that were brought up as far as being, concerns about bringing in more species into this and what would be the true intent. I will be voting no on this to flag it, but I'm hoping that before this comes to the floor, that we can maybe get some of the answers and some of the concerns taken care of to ensure that we're not doing more damage, but we're actually really getting what we need done for our rivers and our streams. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gucker. And as we all probably know, if this bill is fortunate enough to make it out of our committee, it will be referred to APROPS, and the real fishing in the barrel will begin as far as funding this. So Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment at the risk of embarrassing myself on a lack of knowledge about hatcheries or fishing. I do have a number of good friends who have been fishing up at Candlewood Lake. We're trying to. And I know Representative Callahan and my good ranking member represent parts of that area. It needs to be restocked.
or stocked at all. According to my friends who fish often, the Candlewood Lake is virtually devoid of much fish life up there, at least according to them on the days that we've been there. So to the extent that yes, I do have friends, but I would just note that I think more fish in Candlewood Lake would be a good thing. But in any event, just want to make that comment on the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Let the record show that Representative O'Day got skunked that day. And it's somebody else's fault. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yearly, on an average since 2017, we use $2.1 million on fish hatcheries and mostly, according to DEEP, for hatching non-native species in our rivers that are for the fisheries. Last year, we passed legislation that included fishing all year long. And now this bill before us adds money to that program on the hatch fisheries. And my understanding is on the GFS language, half of the money will go towards the hatch fisheries, which is 1 million, and another million would go for a conservation program, which I appreciate that part of the bill. But as no peer-reviewed study has been produced for due diligence on the environmental impacts of those fish hatcheries going from 2 months a year. Well, fishing went from 2 months a year to all year long. So because there's no peer-reviewed study produced in front of us for the impact of increasing to more than 2 months a year these non-native species presence in the rivers, I'm worried on the environmental impacts. And so again, I do appreciate the other million for conservation. If that was what we were passing on its own, I would be happy to vote in favor of it. But I will flag this bill. I'll vote no, because if this bill passes, I hope that we can continue this conversation. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Next is Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank the proponents of the bill for including the funding for the restoration work of the Atlantic salmon, the American eel. I think that's worthy of voting for this bill in itself. I'm hoping moving forward, we can obtain funding for that, and I'd have no issue with just funding that program in itself out of this bill. But I just wanted to say I appreciate the money for restoration work being included in there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are no greater environmentalists or conservationists in this country and this state than our fishermen. Having fishermen out there on the water or fishing the waters of our state is one of the best ways that we can ensure that those waters are always preserved and always clean. The money that our hunters and fishermen spend on gear is there are fees that are associated with those purchases that go to conservation, and anything we can do to ensure a continuing population of fish for our fishermen to fish will only increase our funds for conservation. So not only is there additional money in conservation in this bill, but also some of the fees that our outdoorsmen pay go to additional conservation measures. Plus, if people were not fishing these waters, there would be a lot less incentive for those very people to ensure that the preservation of those waters. So I do think that maintaining healthy fishing stock in the state is very important to maintaining the healthy waterways. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would suggest to Representative O'Day that he needs new friends. Because Candlewood Lake is quite a place to fish. In all seriousness, I can't remember when I first started having conversations with agency staff, but it was, I would say, many, many years ago. And when it came to the subject of fish hatcheries, fish stocking, we took field trips across the state of Connecticut. I can tell you that I have never been turned down by the agency when I asked, could I go along to do something? And without getting into the body of the bill yet, I would strongly urge members of this committee that you reach out to the agency, reach out to the biologists. You'll learn a lot. We have a lot to offer here in the state of Connecticut, but it all costs money. And over the years, these facilities that serve the public have fallen into one level of decline or another. I think Quinnebog, it's been stated, is probably going to have enough money to finish that project. It's been a long time in coming. It had to do with water availability to some degree. But there are other hatcheries in the state of Connecticut. Representative Michelle and others have talked about restoration. Certainly there's no greater restoration project in the country probably than trying to restore the Atlantic salmon on the East Coast. And I think some people would argue that their demise, or at least the existence of them in any great quantity in the lower 48 is probably similar to what's happened with the American eel. And it had to do with dams. Not completely, but in some cases it has to do with restrictions of those fish species being able to get up to their spawning grounds. And so I think this is a good blend of trying to recognize that we have an infrastructure that could use some help. I think it's a blend of that restoration effort. And when Chairman Gresco and I spoke about native species versus non-native species, this is the way I kind of described it to him. And that is that there are bodies of water in Connecticut that are not as pristine as they used to be. They're not as cool as they used to be. And there are fish species that do quite well there. And so it allows the agency to provide fishing opportunities in urban communities where if you tried to stock them with trout, they're just not going to survive. They may survive in March. They might survive the first week in April, but the water gets too warm generally. And so other species from across the country have been looked at and introduced. There's a great walleye program in the state of Connecticut. And if you've never had walleye, it is probably one of the best freshwater fish you'll ever have in your life. And so the agency, and I think to a great degree, the people that work within the agency have really looked at this ever-changing temperature, water temperature, and have found that if they offer a suite of species, they can engage people in fishing from various socioeconomic strata and various interests in the environment. And I think someone said already, if you want to get somebody to become an environmentalist, take them out fishing. And I think that is also true. So the number may not be right in the view of some. I certainly think it will go through the grinder in the Appropriations Committee. And where it comes out on the other end, I don't know. But I think it's in terms of a step that this committee is taking. I would hope that we get support on the bill as it's drafted, with an understanding that there may be some budget restrictions or there may be some other work that needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't always agree with Representative Dubisky, but on this one, he's right on that. Fisher people, anglers, are the ones that take care of rivers and clean water. And they have an interest, of course, because they go out there to follow their hobby. But they may be the only guardians of clean water in some parts of the state. And I support them because they support clean water. Senator Minor is also correct. And Senator Minor and I once had a enjoyable time lifting fish over the dam at Wallingford, which we now have a fishway installed, and we don't have to manually do it, but we had fun moving the fish over so they could get upriver. And it is true what Senator Minor says, that parts of the state are too warm due to urbanization plus climate change. Some of the parts of the state are too warm for the native trout, which is the brook trout. And now you have to go way into the woods to find the brook trout that are still here in Connecticut. So for folks that want to preserve clean rivers and streams, they will fish for a non-native fish that DEEP puts in there. They fish it out. They fish them out before the weather gets too hot, because it is very hard for a trout to make it through the summer in Connecticut in an urbanized landscape. There just is not enough shade there and not enough cold water there. So I think it's reasonable to stock fish in suburban and urban areas where the native trout cannot make it. And it does educate a whole group of folks to support restoration of rivers and streams, because they go out there and go fishing in spring season. So for those two reasons, this is worth supporting. And of course, I'd love to see the salmon come back. We spent a lot of money 20 years ago to try to restore the salmon, and it was not effective. We got, I think, 2 fish back for $2 million worth of investment. So it was $1 million per fish at that time. But things change, and if the new information is that it's that we're getting a better return on our investment because dams are coming down, then it's worth trying it again. And we did have some fish, Senator Minor probably knows better where they were. We did have a couple spawning reds in, I believe, in the Farmington River. And so a few fish did make it up there to spawn, and that's a very hopeful sign. It would be great to see them come back, and you wouldn't have to buy the farmed salmon anymore. That would be terrific. So I support this bill, both for the native species and also for the stock species in the urbanized part of the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Representative Michelle, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to stress that I do know amazing conservationists that are not fishermen. There has to be some clear understanding that on the side of conservation and preservation, that is established in support of the 3 laws of ecology. And when we interfere with those 3 laws, then we interfere with the balance. And if we're going to bring more than 2 months a year a species that is non-native to the rivers, again, I have not seen peer-reviewed studies that support that this would not have impacts on other species of plants or animal species or et cetera, and other species. So this is just where I lay part of my concerns. The other concerns, again, and I'm all for that, again, that $1 million for the North Atlantic salmon, you know, and maybe we could focus on that because again, DEEP has demonstrated in public hearings that they're limited in funding. And they're always limited in funding when it comes to conservation and having agents on the ground as environmental protection agents. And so when I look at the money used for the fish hatcheries, we're looking at, which is mostly used for conservation, not mostly used for, for recreation, not conservation. Most of the money, when I looked at the $2.1 million, close to two of those millions were dedicated for staff and equipment. And so I think we're at a time and an age where we need to refocus. And if we're limited in funds for conservation, then we should also start looking at other expenditures on the deep side and from taxpayers' money, from our coffers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have listened to the debate and reflected, and I think I'm going to be voting no, but I want to make clear, I support the program. I would love to see the salmon come back. I'm worried about the winter flounder over in the other part of our state. So they seem to be gone. So I support efforts like this. I believe our budget was about 5 million under the cap. I can't justify this big a jump. And it does not in any way reflect my consent, my support for the program or my support for the fish, frankly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Hennessy.
Thank you. I would like to associate my comments with Representative Dillon that I support, healthy rivers and streams, but the aspect of non-Indigenous is a question that I think that we should look into more. So I'll be a no vote also. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hennessy. Senator Minor.
Thank you. And I don't want to belabor this, but I would like to point out for the record that Long Island Sound is currently chock-a-block full of non-Indigenous species to the state of Connecticut. Black sea bass were never, at least not that I can remember, and probably no one here can remember, available in Long Island Sound, and they actually are another good eating fish. There's no doubt that there may be an environmental impact. I think lobstermen complain that there are too many of them. But having said that, I guess I'm just trying to point out the reasoning that the agency uses when they try and look at other species. More often than not, it's because their survivability over time is better than some of the other cold water species. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Seeing no other hands raised in the room or here in 1C, I'm going to ask our clerk to call the vote for item number 6, Senate Bill 237, an act concerning the funding of fish hatcheries. JFS to the floor.
Senate Bill 237, LCO 3849. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp.
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Senator Slapp, can I have you say that one more time, please?
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo.
Representative Berger Javallo votes no.
Representative Betts. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico.
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein. Representative Gucker.
Representative Gucker votes no to flag.
Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy.
Representative Hennessy votes no.
Representative Horn,
Excuse me. Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day, looking for friends, votes yes.
Representative Paris, Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Verbimbis, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan, Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Considering myself a friend of Representative O'Day, I'll vote yes.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you. That concludes the votes that I have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, just a point of clarification, we will be holding the votes open. So for those of you who are juggling multiple meetings, you'll have some time at the end of this meeting to get your vote cast. But moving on to the next, number 7, Senate Bill 241, an act concerning boating safety. It was a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by my co-chair, Senator Cohen, seconded by Representative Harding. The bill allows the Deep Commissioner to disapprove town boating ordinances that are not duplicative of state law or regulation. By law, towns may adopt local boating ordinances, but they have to be submitted to Deep. If the commissioner does not approve them within 60 days, they may take effect. The law already allows the commissioner to disapprove them for other specified reasons. Secondly, in section number 2, the bill allows law enforcement or fire rescue vessels to use either an audible signal device or flashing lights rather than both to indicate that nearby boats must slow or alter their course. With the logic being, if you're trying to have a conversation and the siren is blaring, it makes it difficult. In section 3, the bill requires the Deep Commissioner to establish a schedule of retention fees that lake authorities may keep for issuing fines for boating violations. And then lastly, in section 4, it appropriates $5 million to Deep from the general fund fiscal year 23 to increase environmental conservation ENCON police for staffing to enforce voting laws. Many of the testimony we've heard from many of the advocates and many of our constituents on multiple bills always bring up the question of enforcement. So we're trying to help that out. The difference between this JFS bill and the original bill is that we struck sections 1 and 4 from the original bill. Section 1 was the labeling bill, your watercraft labeling, and section 4 removed was the accident threshold language. Do I have any comments or questions? Excuse me, I'm going to go to my co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, as a proponent of the bill, want to call the committee's attention to Section 4 in particular. One of the great side effects of the pandemic is the fact that we are seeing record numbers of people outside recreating, and that goes for our waterways as well. We have also seen a record number of boat and personal watercraft sales. across the state of Connecticut. But with that comes some concerns as well with regard to boating safety, personal watercraft safety, safety of the folks who are swimming in our waters, kayaking in our waters, paddleboarding in our waters. And as a legislator that represents 3 shoreline towns, I have some concerns that have been brought to my attention, and in working with both DEEP as well as local law enforcement, it has become abundantly clear that there are serious resource constraints. And I believe that Section 4 is absolutely a must need, making sure that we are appropriating funds to employ more NCON officers that can get onto our waterways and ensure the safety of all of the good people of Connecticut, as well as folks visiting the waterways of Connecticut. So I will be a yes today, and I am in strong support of seeing this move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Chairman Greska, and I will echo many of Senator Cohen's comments and also draw the committee's attention to a couple other sections. Allowing lake authorities to retain some of the fees is a great idea, because due to short staffing from DEEP, many of these lake authorities have to employ their own lake patrol officers at great expenses to the municipalities. So allowing them to keep some of the fines is a big bonus. Judging from my time with the Candlewood Lake Authority, a large portion of the budget, which could go to conservation, education, other things, is spent on law enforcement. So giving additional funding for patrol by DEP on the water is a big plus, and allowing the lake authorities to retain some of the fine income is a great, or revenue, I should say, is a great idea as well. So that's the reason these two things are very important, because the local lake authorities have to bang down the doors of their elected officials to get their budget every budget season. So I appreciate these two things being in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to echo the comments of others. I think there's a lot of good aspects of this bill. I think increasing the environment or NCON officers is really important. I think that a lot of the issues that we hear about in our local lakes, rivers, is that we do not have enough NCON police helping to address the issues that we face. And increasing the amount of those officers would go a long way in addressing some of the significant issues we have locally. And I also believe that what Representative Callahan said is absolutely correct, that if we can also have the lake authorities keep some portion of those fines, that would go a long way into addressing the issues locally that a lot of these lakes face, and the lake authorities are on the forefront of addressing those issues. So those are some really positive aspects of the bill. And with that said, I would ask that the bill be placed on consent.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Any objection to the bill being placed on the consent calendar? Seeing none, please, Madam Clerk, place this bill, Senate Bill 241, onto our consent calendar.
So noted.
Next is House Bill 5295, an act concerning agriculture, development, and innovation. It would be a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion. Anyone?
So moved.
Senator Cohen made the motion, seconded by Representative Horn. Thank you. This is a merging of the two DOAG bills that we heard. The merging of Senate Bill 234 and House Bill 5295. There are quite a few sections in here, so if you'll bear with me, I'll try to make them as painless as possible. Section 1 expands the definition of aquaculture to include log lines. Section 2, the bill changes the purposes of the Governor's Council on Agricultural Development and renames it to the Governor's Council on Agricultural Development and Innovation. and places it within the Department of Agriculture for administration purposes only. The bill prohibits the selling or offering, exposing or transporting for sale agricultural, vegetable, or lawn or turf seed unless it is labeled in accordance with state law. The bill also allows the importation of reindeer into the state for up to 7 days at a time, at any time of the year, instead of just between Thanksgiving and New Year's Day. Section 5, the bill replaces certain language concerning guide dogs with service animal language. It requires the owner or keeper of a service animal training to become a service animal, or therapy animals certified under the Department of Children and Families Animal Assistance Intervention Program to obtain a license and tag for an animal at no cost. Mary. Section 6, the bill requires DOAG Commissioner to convene a working group with the Connecticut Town Clerks Association and other organizations the Commissioner deems necessary to develop a plan for a statewide online dog licensing portal. That is one of the changes from the original language in the bill that we heard, in that instead of the switch coming as a result of this bill, there'll now be a working group between DOAG and the town clerks, that the town clerks are currently reviewing this language to make sure that it is good with them going forward. Section 7 repeals the Interagency Aquaculture Coordinating Committee and Aquaculture Advisory Council. And I believe we are done there. Of note, Section 3 of Senate Bill 234 was also removed per the request of the DOAG Commissioner. That would be the subdivision language that was objected to by some farmers in the state. And lastly, the DOAG Commissioner has asked us to remove the portion of 5295 that had to do with establishing rabbit farming here in the state of Connecticut. Although on a personal note, I would like to revisit this sometime in the future going forward. Do I have any comments or questions? Representative Dubitsky, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little disappointed that the rabbit inspection section was removed, but the thing that really concerns me is the new section 2, which changes the Governor's Council for Agricultural Development. It changes it from an advisory council to an administrative council within the Department of Agriculture. So it was an advisory council, and under this bill, it'll just be subsumed within the Department of Agriculture, chaired by the Commissioner of Agriculture. It would really just cut the legs out from under it. It also removes the requirement that anybody on that council be a farmer, which is a bizarre thing in my view. I would assume that the whole purpose of this is to have farmers and people who are involved in the agricultural business be involved in giving advice to the state government as to how to increase agricultural development and innovation. Well, if you don't have anybody on there that's a farmer that is actively involved in agricultural development and innovation, you could easily have a council filled with people who don't know anything about the subject matter, giving administrative advice to the Department of Agriculture. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure what the purpose is, the purpose of removing farmers from this council are. I'm also not sure what the purpose of subsuming it within the Department of Agriculture is. But I've talked to the Farm Bureau and to others, and this does not appear to be any way to advance agricultural development and innovation. I also note that I've looked at the Farm Bureau's written testimony, which for some reason does not appear online, although it was submitted, I understand. It is not on the system anywhere. And if it were, it would be easy for people to see that the Farm Bureau objected on fairly similar grounds, that this council should not be subsumed within the Department of Agriculture, and the farmers should not be removed from it. So I'm a no on this bill, so long as this section is there. And I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, I'm going to be a no on this as well. My understanding is that the section regarding the working group for with the Connecticut Town Clerks Association to develop a plan to create a statewide online dog licensing portal was not, they were not consulted the town clerks on that JFS language. So hopefully by the time it gets to the floor, they'll be consulted and they'll be able to sign off on this, and I can be a yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. I myself was made aware of that as well. So hopefully after the language is digested by the town clerks, we can either get a thumbs up or a thumbs down on how they feel about this and move forward. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to be a no on this simply because I align my thoughts with Representative Dubinsky. It just seems ludicrous that we're not including our farmers in this as far as their opinion goes. So I will be a no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. Representative O'Day for the second time.
Sorry, I did forget to mention, I would like to align myself with the colleagues of my colleague, Representative Dubinsky. Hopefully we can fix that as well going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always try to imagine whether this kind of thing would occur if we were not in a COVID situation. It seems to me that many of the state agencies have always made themselves available, have always reached out. But it is somewhat troubling knowing that the time that this bill has been around, that we'd get ourselves to a point where town clerks are saying, wait a minute, we didn't get the message. Or the Farm Bureau is saying, wait a minute, we have some issues with some of this language. So, you know, once again, I'll say that I think COVID hasn't helped. I'd like to think this is not a slip up on the part of anyone intentionally. There'll be plenty of time to work on this bill. I too will be a no for today. But these are long-standing relationships, and if we don't have a good relationship pretty much across the board between the Farm Bureau and the Department of Agriculture, it's going to be a problem in this state, a huge problem. There's no doubt that agriculture is going through a modification period, and in the eyes of some, maybe it hasn't modified enough. But I'd like to think that between now and the end of session, we can at least get enough of this bill where people can agree to it and we can move something forward this year. Certainly it's not a fun place for the leaders of this committee to be in where we're not willing to move an agency bill forward. It's just not fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just, in response to a few of the comments that were made about not having farmer representation on this board or council, I would just say that I would direct folks to line 19 of the S language, that the chairperson of the Connecticut Farm Bureau or their designee be an appointed member, as well as, so many options for appointees, 6 members appointed by the governor, 1 by the Speaker of the House, 1 by the Majority Leader, so on and so forth. And my hope would certainly be that farmers would be among these appointees. Obviously, no guarantee, but certainly I would anticipate, given the nature of this council, that many farmers would step forward requesting to be appointed to said council, and some of those appointments be granted by the various individuals listed here. But absolutely, in line 19, it does indicate that the chairperson of the Connecticut Farm Bureau be a member. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, there is no chairman of the Connecticut Farm Bureau, so I'm not sure who that refers to. Farm Bureau doesn't have a chairman or a chairperson. They have an executive director, but no chairperson. Secondly, one of the things I do in my day job is I go around the state to various towns and deal with various committees and commissions, and a number of towns around the state have created agriculture commissions. And agriculture commissions are advisory commissions that are, or boards, are advisory. And when a proposal that affects farmers is presented in town, often it will go through the Agriculture Commission to make a recommendation that supposedly is based on the best interests of the farmers. However, I've seen several agriculture commissions in this state that don't have any farmers on them and are actually populated by people who are opposed to farming. Yet when proposals come through, they make an advisory opinion that has the appearance of being in the best interest of farmers because it went through the Ag Commission. So it's dangerous to have a commission that has the appearance of being, or a council in this instance, that has the appearance of being intended to advance agricultural development and innovation without the requirement that there be any farmers on it, because who knows who's going to be appointed to this thing. It's possible there will be a farmer or two. It's also possible that there won't be. And it's possible that there will be the same situation that I've seen around the state where an agriculture commission doesn't have any farmers on it and is populated with people who are not friendly to agriculture. And I think we have a good council now that is an advisory council full of farmers. I think we should make sure that that's maintained. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Seeing no other hands raised in the Zoom room or here in 1C, I am going to ask the committee clerk to call the roll on this bill. It's HB 5295, an act concerning agriculture development and innovation. JFS to the floor.
House Bill 5295, LCO 4067. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slatt. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor votes no.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes no.
Representative Berger Javallo.
Rep. Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo, I didn't see you. I'm not sure if the mic is near you because it didn't pick you up, I don't think, very well.
Are we picking me up?
Slightly, and I'm still not seeing you, unfortunately.
I'm going to log out and log.
No, you look great. You look great.
I'm yes now. Quick, go.
Okay, gotcha. Is it Representative Betts? Representative Callahan?
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Chafee?
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico?
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
I'll have you do it one more time, Representative, so I can see you.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky?
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fishbein? Representative Gucker?
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison?
Representative Harrison votes no.
Senator Haskell?
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy?
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn? Senator
Representative
Kushner?
Horn votes yes. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Great. Thank you, Representative Horn. Senator Kushner?
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Michelle?
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky?
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day?
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Paris?
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Parker?
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo?
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rabimbis?
Representative Rabimbis votes no.
Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Smith?
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson?
Representative Wilson votes no.
Representative Young?
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative
Yes.
Young, can I have you do it one more time so I can see you?
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you. That concludes my votes, Mr. Chairman. As I
Thank you,
have them.
Madam Clerk. Moving on to the next number under Roman numeral 3. That would be HB 5293, an act prohibiting the use of wild or exotic animals in traveling animal acts. It would be a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
Moved.
Second.
Moved
Hennessy.
by Representative Michelle, seconded by Representative Hennessy. The bill generally prohibits the use of certain exotic or wild animals in traveling animal acts. Anyone who willfully violates the bill is guilty of a Class C misdemeanor. Specifically under the bill, no one may cause a performance, allow an exotic or wild animal to participate in a traveling animal act. A performance is classified as a circus, carnival, display, exhibition, fair, fight, parade, petting zoo, race, ride, or trade show where an exotic or wild animal performs tricks, gives rides, or accompanies a person entertaining an audience. A traveling animal act is a performance for which exotic animals or wild animals are transported in a mobile or traveling housing facility. Under the bill, the definition of an exotic or wild animal has been expanded to include wolves, coyotes, fox, whales, dolphins, crocodiles, alligators, caimans, sharks, rays, skates, lions, tigers, cheetahs, kangaroos, wombats, possums, apes, monkeys, lemurs, ponies, donkeys, mules, seals, sea lions, walrus, elephants, ostrich, emu, penguins, and bears. The bill exempts the following from its general prohibition, however: an exhibition at a non-mobile permanent wildlife sanctuary or institution, facility, zoo, or aquarium accredited by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, an environmental education program administered by an entity that is accredited by the aforementioned zoos and aquariums, engaged in falconry, or permitted by a DEEP, and then a university, college, laboratory, or other research facility that holds a Class C exhibitor's license issued by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. As far as the change in the bill we heard and this the JFS language, we removed the reference to a domesticated, referring to the animals, and the bill also prohibits an environmental program, education program, from using an animal for more than 6 months a year, keeping an animal in a mobile or traveling housing facility for more than 12 hours a day, including an animal performance of a behavior that does not occur in the animal's wild state. And much of the testimony in the public hearing that we heard from educators, an environmental education program is an animal exhibition that is professionally designed to teach for educational or conservation purposes about an animal's behavior, habitat, or a life cycle, and conducted by a qualified individual, which we hope will appease and it will address some of the concerns we heard in our public hearing. That's enough of me talking. Any questions or comments? We will go to Senator Cohen first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is just a point of clarification that excluded from exotic or wild animals are domestic horses, ponies, donkeys, and mules. Zebras would be included, which is in the same class of species, but domestic horses, ponies, donkeys, and mules are excluded from that definition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. That's the one I stumbled over, and thank you for the clarification. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also going to help with the clarification. Thank you, Chair Cohen. And I just wanted to thank the chairs and vice chairs and recommend working on this bill. And this was the top priority bill for the Animal Advocacy Caucus, which is a bipartisan caucus. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Seeing no other hands raised, we got Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious. I hadn't heard how many unaccredited zoos or aquariums or animal sanctuaries there are in our state. Do we know that number?
I do not know the number off the top of my head, but based on the amount of testimony that we received, I would say there are quite a few that expressed a concern over the classification and the requirement that they need to be accredited by DEEP. So we tried to amend that and address that with the language at the end of the bill, JFS bill.
I thank you, and I remember that from the testimony as well. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear. The other question that I don't know that I saw or heard the answer to was, if the bill passes, is there a period of time that these unaccredited facilities are going to be able to become accredited?
I believe that the educating program that is under question has always had the ability to be accredited, but now they don't necessarily have to based on our JFS language. They can continue doing their education.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I support the intent of the bill. I do. However, like I've mentioned in some other bills this session, I'm not entirely sure we're not encompassing or have a full grip on what we're truly banning or ending here. And I think in good conscience, in order to vote yes on this, I'd have to have a better understanding of everything that we're looking to truly disband or end in terms of exotic animals here in the state. I know the bill has been discussed, promoted as a circus bill, but this goes far beyond just a circus. This encompasses current existing ownership and different educational opportunities for these animals and for the owners. And so I know that some of the JFS language helped to limit or to better specify or provide some further exceptions in the bill, but I don't know if that encompasses a lot of other opportunities that individuals have to be educated on these animals, and these animals in many of these circumstances are being taken very good care of and loved by as much as any other location. So with that said, I have some reservations in regards to how far this encompasses and whether or not we're potentially banning some good ownership, some very positive ownership of some of these exotic animals. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Senator Minor.
So I don't know how many other elected officials have a constituent with a elephant or a giraffe. I think there may be one more in the room. This bill has been a bit of a challenge to me for a number of years, and I get what it attempts to do. I think some folks believe that the time has long since passed that any of these animals should be kept in captivity. I would hazard a guess that an elephant probably wouldn't survive very long in Goshen, might not even survive very long, might not even survive the trip across country to Texas, if that's where some folks think something like that should go. We heard a lot of testimony from people that felt they were in the bill. I think we're trying to assure them that they're not in the bill. That having been said, I can tell you that my youngest daughter to this day loves giraffes. And I don't know whether she would love giraffes had she not seen a giraffe at a very early age. I can't tell you that we would have taken her to a zoo. I can't tell you that we would have taken her to a far off country. But I can tell you that her love for giraffes is unending. And every time she's somewhere and there is one, it's like a moth to a flame. She would trample people herself to get there, only to go up and touch it. So I think there are people that believe the time has come to stop keeping these animals in captivity. For me, the issue is that there are some animals that have been in captivity. They've been rescued. They've been cared for. And I can tell you, my constituents do a pretty doggone good job of taking care of the animals that they have. I don't know how many other animals there are in the state of Connecticut. I don't know whether there are others on this list that would find themselves in the same situation due to either an accreditation problem or something else. So I'm inclined to be a no, continuing to be a no on this bill, and hope that I guess if this bill passes, there'll be some mechanism for people to earn enough money to maintain the kind of health care and feeding and heating and care for some of these animals that have been given to for their whole life by human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Seeing no other hands raised in the Zoom room or here in 1C, I'm going to ask the committee clerk to call the roll on HB 5293, enact prohibiting the use of wild or exotic animals in traveling animal acts. JFS to the floor.
House Bill 5293, LCO number 3845. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes no.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes no.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Representative Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts, Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Chafee,
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes no.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Verbimbis,
Representative Rabimbus votes no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you. That concludes the votes as I have them, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the next item under Roman numeral 3. That would be number 10, HB 5292, an act concerning the use of pink blaze clothing for hunting. A JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion. I will moved by Representative Harding, seconded by Representative Wilson. The bill authorizes Deep Commissioner to adopt regulations requiring that hunters wear either fluorescent orange or fluorescent pink clothing when hunting. FYI, current law prohibits the regs to require only fluorescent orange hunting. Any comments or questions? Senator Cohen.
We can go to the vote, Mr. Chair, but I did just want to, I do have some concerns with the bill based on the testimony that we received from Deep, citing some safety concerns. For that reason, I'll be in there today.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Any other comments or questions? I don't see any hands raised in the Zoom room or here in 1C. So I will ask the committee clerk to call the roll. for HB 5292, an act concerning the use of pink blaze clothing for hunting. JF to the floor.
House Bill 5292. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes no.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slapp,
Senator Slapp votes no.
Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes no.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
I'm just going to mute a little bit here. Okay. I'm sorry for that. Representative Amy Berger-Javallo,
Rep. Berger-Javallo votes no.
Representative Betts, Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee,
Rep. Chafee votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes no.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes no.
Representative Hennessy,
Representative Hennessy votes no.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes no.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes no.
Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes no.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Verbimbis,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the negative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes no.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes no.
I know you're remote. I can see people are in the committee room who won't sometimes be on the camera, but I know that they are on camera. But Representative Young, if you would do that again.
No.
Thank you very much. That concludes the votes as I have them.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, just a reminder, we will keep the votes open at the end of the meeting. So if you're involved in another meeting, know that you'll have some time. Next item under Roman numeral 3 is item 11, HB 5039, an act concerning medium and heavy duty vehicle emission standards. It's a straight JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Mushinsky, seconded by Seconded by Senator Cohen. The bill authorizes the Deep Commissioner to adopt regulations implementing California's medium and heavy duty motor vehicle standards here in the state of Connecticut. It requires the commissioner, if she adopts these regulations, to amend them whenever the California standards change. The Connecticut regulations may incorporate by reference the CARB, which is the California Air Resources board's adopted regulations. As you recall, the Connecticut currently has the adoption of California's light duty trucks, and there are several states around us that are adopting these medium and heavy duty motor vehicle standards here in the state of Connecticut. Any comments or questions? Representative Harding.
So, Mr. Chair, just a question through you, if I may. So through you, my understanding is that this legislation would essentially place us under California law related to medium and heavy duty vehicle emission standards. And what I mean by that is that this will essentially allow the law to change per California's law changing. Is that correct through you, Mr. Chair?
As yeah, I'm the chair. The change in law would need to be approved by the DEEP commissioner. So, for example, if California decided tomorrow that you couldn't sell a combustion engine in California, that wouldn't automatically go into effect here in the state of Connecticut. It would need to be approved by our DEEP commissioner.
So thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So. To use your example, if California under their emission standards said you couldn't use a combustionable engine starting, let's say, in 2023, that would not, under this, now that would not come before the legislature. It would become law as long as the DEEP commissioner agreed. Is that correct through you, Mr. Chair?
As I understand the language in this bill, yes, similarly to the way the light duty trucks exist here in the state.
So through you, Mr. Chair, as another example, if the California law said that you could only drive electrical, medium and heavy duty vehicles, that would essentially become the law in the state of Connecticut as long as the DEEP commissioner agrees. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Harding, I'm going to take a side here and go to our LCO who has his hand up to probably correct me. Brad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the good representative's point about whether something would come to the legislature or not, in order for a regulation to be adopted, it would have to go to the Legislative Regulations Review Committee. So it would in fact come to the legislature in that form for that purpose of approval by that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, for the correction.
So through you then to the LCO, if I may, Mr. Chair. So it's true then that it would just go to the Reg Review Committee. Is that correct? That it would not have to be voted on through any other committee in this building, nor would it have to be voted on by the House, the Senate, and nor would it have to be signed into law by the governor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I have a serious problem with essentially ceding our authority as legislators. We're all voted to represent our constituents in our individual districts, and we're essentially saying that whatever California legislators want, that it becomes law without us having any say at all, unless you're lucky enough to be a legislator that just happens to sit in the Reg Review Committee. Because if you don't, by voting yesterday, you're essentially saying to your constituents, I'm ceding my authority, I'm ceding my vote and my representation of you to the California legislature and the Reg Review Committee, and that's it. That is the practical aspect of what we're voting on today. I can get into the potential costs. This is going to cost small businesses that happen to operate medium and heavy duty vehicles in this state, which dealing with inflation right now, I can only imagine what this will cost some of our small businesses. But the practical aspect, outside of the practical aspect, the legislative aspect alone, I don't know how we can support. If we want to implement more strict standards, that's fine. Let's have a debate on it. Let's vote on it. But to essentially cede our authority to another legislature, to tell our constituents that it's up to another legislature and the Regs Review Committee to make changes to our emission standards here in the state, is beyond unacceptable in my opinion. And for that alone, outside of the cost, this is going to cost some potential small businesses in our state. I don't think I can vote any other way except no. And I urge all my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Representative Harding. I would say that we have precedent already in the state with our adhering to the California light duty trucks and the number of states around us that are following their medium and heavy duty specifications around us. Representative Mushinski, followed by Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been linked to California for a couple decades now, and as well as a group of northeastern states, because we have similar air pollution problems, high density population. We're downwind state. California has a high density population. They have a inversion problem in front of their mountain range. So we both have a lot of population living in a dense situation and subject to air pollution that is making them sick. So that's really why we linked up with California at least 25 years ago. California uses an air pollution control board. I don't know the exact name of it. What's it called? CARP. Which is how they do their specific regulations. And we have a regulations review committee, which is unique to Connecticut. But they do have the regulatory process. We have the regulatory process. And we really are linked to them for public health reasons. As the electric vehicles come in, this will become an easier problem to solve. And the sooner the better. But right now, people are suffering asthma. They're suffering lung damage. Children and the elderly in particular are suffering lung damage. And we really have to move in this direction. Public health requires it. So I hope folks here will remember that and vote yes. I think the industry, we can help the industry financially if they need it to make the transition, but we can't ignore it. We have to proceed toward a new type of fleet in order to protect our state. So I hope folks will vote yes on this bill. And Christine is not here in the room with us. She's on Zoom, but Christine Cohen, I salute her for her advocacy on this bill.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Representative Callahan, followed by Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I do agree that people are suffering in the state, people are suffering, they're under crushing financial burdens because of regulations that we pass. California and the regulations they place on emissions regulations contributed to the supply chain issues we've had, and some of our store shelves are still bare in certain areas. While I care very much for clean air, electric trucks are quite a long way off. And we have the highest electricity rates in the country. Grocery bills are skyrocketing, inflation's skyrocketing, gas is skyrocketing. And here we are sitting looking to put more regulations that will cause more cost to the middle class that are being squeezed out of this state and just simply can't afford these regulations anymore, and seeing empty store shelves. I would urge my colleagues to vote no.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Senator Cohen, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am just wanting to speak out on this bill and its importance to clean air across our state. I also want to speak to some of the concerns because I am hearing from businesses in our state who really want to acquire medium and heavy duty vehicles that are electric, and they've been unable to do so because we don't have the support system here in the state that will allow them to move forward. The vehicles are traditionally very difficult to get for medium and heavy duty range. So we need manufacturers to really step up to the plate and provide a certain percentage of those vehicles for sale. This bill would provide for that. Additionally, I mean, I think I've sort of beat this to death, but we are in a serious clean air crisis here in Connecticut. We are in non-attainment for our greenhouse gas emission goals. We are in severe non-attainment when it comes to ground level ozone, and we need to do something. Transportation emissions is accountable for the largest percentage of greenhouse gas emissions, and we're just simply not doing enough. I heard some comments with respect to what we would need to do if California moved to internal combustion bans on medium heavy duty vehicles. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I have a tickle in my throat. Give me 1 second. What I would say is that, and I don't know that I'll get this under control, I might have to come back. The standards only go to 2035 for California standards. There is currently no ban on the sale of new medium or heavy duty internal combustion engine vehicles in the state of California. So I just wanted to provide that for clarity. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the tickle.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Gucker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments. Actually, a question to the chair or whomever. Maybe my understanding is the EPA, which unfortunately hasn't done anything since 2001 to address emission standards, which is the reason why we're in this mess. Again, the feds fumbled the ball, dropped the ball, and have caused us, the states, headache and angst. Honestly, if I had a magic wand, I'd fire all of them. But in any event, I digress. The EPA just adopted, as I understand it, some standards the first time since 2001. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And my understanding is that they've got standards for buses that come into play in 2027 and then 2031. So there's a longer phase-in period. I'm just concerned this is gonna adversely affect not only bus companies and trucking companies, but also consumers. We're gonna drive up costs. You know, the city of Norwalk just bought a whole fleet of propane buses, and which are, I think everybody agree, are better than diesel for the environment. And so, you know, I think we're making a mistake here. I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time, as people have heard me say. Just ask my wife. But I think this is a huge mistake. I would hope that my colleagues that are on the other side of this might look to the EPA for guidance. They finally have done something. And this is kind of jumping way too quickly. And the EPA understands we need to phase it in over a longer period of time. So I'm a hard no on this. I doubt I'm going to change anybody's mind, but I would just ask that if this does get out of committee as they anticipated that it will, that we look to the EPA and why they're doing what they're doing and phasing it in over a longer period of time so that we don't have a real adverse effect on our constituents and our businesses. So I'm going to be voting no and ask people to rethink their position, at the very least look at what the EPA is doing as guidance. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Gucker, followed by Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one's a bit of a tough one. I have a lot of concerns when it comes to the legislators being taken out of the process. You know, there's a bill in another committee that is kind of a similar thing to where the voice of the opinion of the elected body is not going to be listened when it comes to the to the final piece of this. But I also understand the clean air necessity. You know, being a border town with the border of New York, we have our own issues to where much of the pollution that Connecticut suffers from is not of our own making, but it's actually from our surrounding states. You know, we have, Senator Kushner pushed, as well as I and others, about getting monitoring systems on the Connecticut border because we were concerned about a new energy plant that was being put in Dover, New York, and we weren't sure how that was going to be affecting us, and as far as our air quality, etc. And sometimes we do have to make these hard choices. I'm very sympathetic to small businesses as far as the expense that this may have. I'm also very understanding of the emissions controls, and maybe we do need to do more. Connecticut is a big pass-through state. I mean, how does that going to affect things where a lot of our infrastructure is so aging and so bottlenecked that a lot of pollution is just these trucks idling on our highways trying to get from point A to point B. So though I'm going to support this out of committee, my biggest problem is taking out the legislative responsibility of being able to come back and really look at these, not leaving it to a committee, but actually maybe having a second go around of having, say the Environment Committee and maybe Transportation and other committees getting together to really look at this. Public health and public safety is number one. If we can get that under control, maybe we can bring down our healthcare and we can provide a cleaner, safer environment. But again, I think also we need to have that legislative oversight that I feel may be going away. So I will reluctantly be voting this out of committee, but I look forward to more discussion as we go on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Gucker. Next, Senator Haskell, followed by Representative D'Amico.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you and Senator Cohen for your leadership on this issue. A few brief comments that I wanted to make. The first is that I understand the points that have been made with regard to the cost that comes with electrification. In my view, it's a necessary step we have to take, but I did want to flag for members of this committee that just last week, the Transportation Committee passed legislation that I view very much in concert with this bill, which would provide vouchers for businesses that are seeking to electrify their fleet, but need just a little bit of financial assistance to purchase more fuel-efficient vehicles, to purchase electrical charging equipment, and things of that nature. I also want to mention that since Ella Grasso was governor, Connecticut has not been in compliance with federal health-based air quality standards when it comes to smog. So since the Grasso administration, our neighborhoods have been suffering adverse health consequences as a result. And of course, this problem is only increasing. Last year, you guys will remember that Connecticut experienced 21 days of unhealthy levels of ozone. Look up any list of asthma capitals in the country, and you'll find that many of the urban communities here in our state are included on that list. And I think that this is a smartly tailored public policy solution, since we know that although medium and heavy duty vehicles account for just 6% of the traffic on our roads, they're responsible for 53% of NOx emissions. And this isn't about blaming any one sector or holding bad actors accountable. It's about making sure that we, as a state, recognize that clean air isn't a nice to have, it's a must have. One of my colleagues said that, it's not that he doesn't care for clean air. It's not about caring for clean air. It's about being able to preserve the health, the lung capacity of Connecticut residents for generations to come. I also just want to respectfully push back on the notion that Connecticut could simply enact stronger regulations ourselves. As folks on this committee likely know, under the Federal Clean Air Act, Connecticut can't independently set its own new vehicle emission standards. So there's only two options available to us. One is to adopt California's emission standards, and the other is to, as my good friend Representative O'Day mentioned, to wait for the EPA to finalize recently proposed federal standards. I don't think that we have the kind of time to wait. I think that we need to pass these stronger emission standards to save healthcare costs, to save lives, to make Connecticut a place where when you take a deep breath, you know that air is going to make you healthy, not make you sick. So I look forward to supporting this bill, and I thank the many, many folks who have been working on it for some time.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Next, Representative D'Amico, followed by Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to belabor this, I just wanted to reiterate what Senator Haskell just mentioned at the very end of his remarks with regards to the Federal Clean Air Act. I am no expert on this, but I did look back at the testimony from someone who is an expert, and that would be our Commissioner of Energy and Environmental Protection. And she pointed out, as Senator Haskell just mentioned, that under the Federal Clean Air Act, the state of Connecticut cannot independently set its own new vehicle emission standards. And we do, as she points out, only have two options. We can either adopt the California standards, as we're proposing to do, or we can wait for the federal standards, which, according to Commissioner Dykes, will likely not be implemented until 2027. So I would submit that we don't have 5 years to wait, because that would be 5 years from now. We have two choices: adopt the the California standards or the federal standards. The smartest thing for us to do given those two choices, is to adopt the California standards. And I would submit that we are not abdicating our responsibility. We are doing what the Federal Clean Air Act calls for, and we are making, I think, the smarter choice of those two options, and those are the only two options that are available to us. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Representative Wilson, followed by Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to echo my good ranking member's opening statement on this, that we're just advocating our authority as a legislature and representing our constituency over to the California standard is ludicrous. I mean, if we have only those two choices, the California or the EPA, then we should at least be able to have a conversation when changes come from California, not to just simply rubber stamp them. And we have begun to look at some of the numbers on what this might cost. And I'm looking at an estimate in incremental costs to the Connecticut trucking companies over, let's say, an 11-year window at something in the neighborhood of $1.6 billion. And then if the electric truck mandate were to come down from California, the electricity that it would take to charge those trucks is estimated to be the same amount of electricity that it would take 468,000 homes to be run here in the state of Connecticut on our already strained power grid. We've heard about brownouts and blackouts in California, which, by the way, also I understand is not a downwind state like Connecticut is. But that power grid, where is it going to come from? We don't have that grid in place now. And we also heard recently about electric buses here in the state of Connecticut. And the amount of power that it would take to charge those. We keep layering all of this in, and I don't know where the money's going to come from. So I'm going to be a no on this for now. I don't think it's put together the right way. I'm not sure what that right way is, but I will definitely be a no, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. Next is Representative Piscopo, followed by Representative Berger-Givallo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was here when we did the cars and light trucks California standards, and it was quite a debate. I actually got the regs that we were about to acknowledge from California. They stood about 2 feet on the desk in the House chamber. And it took me a good 2.5 hours just to summarize what each one of those tests that were required do. And we're just usurping our, as mentioned earlier, we're just usurping our legislative powers and just accepting whatever California does. And it's just it's not good policy. And when we did those light truck regulations, the light trucks got knocked right off the market. You could not find because of California and a couple other states did it, you couldn't find a F100 or a Chevy S10 or a Mazda B2000. There's no more light trucks on the market. Knocked them right out of the market. And so we got to be careful of what we do. And I don't want to do anything California does. We're going to be debating the appliances next session in this committee. And at one time, the California regulations prohibited owning a 50-inch flat screen TV. And the public in California spoke so loudly that they reneged on that reg. So we got to be careful of what we just blindly accept from California. You saw just earlier this year those container ships just off the coast of California, off the Los Angeles port, just backed up, and it's still a problem. It still hasn't been solved, but a lot of the reason for that was because of the California heavy trucks and mid-sized truck regulations. There was not enough trucks to offload the containers. Thus, a lot of the container ships were going to our eastern ports in Florida and Savannah. So it didn't have everything to do with the backup, but it had something to do with it. And it was hard to offload those trucks because of the standards. They were not allowing some trucks to even enter the port facility. And so there's a lot of problems with this bill. There's a lot of real heavy consequences, and we should just not do this and just go with the federal standards as we should. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Representative Berger-Javallo, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Actually, most of what I wanted to say was said by Rep. D'Amico and Senator Haskell, so I won't waste everybody's time by reiterating that. But I will reference something that was said by one of my good colleagues earlier, and has actually been said a few times, and that is, I also appreciate the point that was made that federally not enough has been done, and that is exactly what our job is to pick up the pieces where they are dropped before us. And so I am also sympathetic to small businesses, but this crisis, this clean air crisis, is potentially the greatest public health crisis that we're facing right now. And it is not something that I can willingly pass on to my children or your grandchildren. And now is the time that we must make one of these two difficult choices. And so I will absolutely be in support of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Dillon, followed by Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this legislation. And one reason is, frankly, because I want clean air, and I understand that sounds a little simplistic. We're relying right now on the Environmental Protection Agency. In fact, the authority of the EPA itself has been under assault for some time. And the Supreme Court agreed to take up cases that would challenge the Supreme Court's ability to regulate greenhouse gases. I believe that the cases were consolidated, but I think it was West Virginia versus EPA. I'm not positive. But if we're relying on the EPA and there's a concentrated group of people that are going to bring cases, if this doesn't succeed, they'll whittle away at the EPA, then this particular proposal may be all we have if we want, because we do not have the ability to set our own regulations. And so the question is, doing it now might give you a limited belt and suspenders approach, but given the way the Supreme Court has been going, I think this, which still has a break on it because it's not incorporated by reference automatically, it requires approval by the commissioner. And I believed at the time that it would, our regs review committee, which last time I looked included legislators, some of whom sit on this committee. I don't know what other path we would have. Imperfect as this may be, I think we should support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Fishbein, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's sad to hear that we're doing something like this because we've been linked to California for decades. One can tell. California has been a financial train wreck. Connecticut, financial train wreck without the many millions, billions of dollars from the feds. California, land of corruption and federal investigations, similar here in Connecticut. If California is the poster child for where we're going, I don't want to ride that train. The regs review process is one that we should not be utilizing as the responsible body in this building. We are supposed to be the responsible building. Anytime I see a bill that says, you know, the commissioner of the agency shall promulgate regulations to effectuate the intent of the legislature, it's wrong. It's a violation of the separation of powers doctrine. At a very micro level, possibly, but not at the macro that we're dealing with here today. You know, ultimately, we are responsible to our constituents. And should California pass one of their egregious bills that as they have in the past, and we are saddled on to ride that train, what do I say when my constituent, my business owner, comes to me and says, "What the hell are you doing?" And I have to say, well, we just punted to California. How is that in any way, shape, or form responsible? Can I go to California and be part of the debate? I know the answer to that question. Can my businesses in my district come to a public hearing? I know it wouldn't be before this committee based upon this legislation. I heard one of my colleagues say if they had the magic wand, I'd fire all of them dealing with the feds. Well, here, if bad stuff happens at our hand, we can't even be fired by our own constituents. How perverse is that? If we are going to create a process, a program that has the potential to seriously jeopardize, improve on one hand, but jeopardize on the other hand, our economy, we should be responsible to put the big boy pants on and debate it and to vote on it, the entire legislature, not the regs review committee. And with that, I have a question. Why can't California follow us? Why? What is the procedure in some sort of, we are the United States of America. California does not have supremacy over Connecticut. Why are we just bowing down to another state? By what law? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dubitzky, the Federal Clean Air Act is the piece of legislation that I have been told that we have to adhere to.
Wasn't me.
No, it wasn't Dubitzky. He's up next, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm looking right at him. He's in my picture right here, Representative. Mine.
So, am I to understand the Federal Clean Air Act says that every state in this country, or maybe just Connecticut, has to follow California? What does it specifically say that makes us tied to another state in subservience?
I believe it's either the EPA standards or the California standards are our only two choices based on that piece of federal legislation.
So the federal government has directed every state in the country to either follow it or one particular state, because EPA has not done this, or one particular. Is that what I'm hearing?
I can't speak for every state. I could just tell you what Connecticut's choices are, and those are the two.
So are Connecticut's choices different from Oklahoma, Arizona, Massachusetts?
That I don't know.
Well, I keep on hearing the Clean Air Act, but what specifically tells Connecticut that we can't have the Connecticut standard and have California follow us? I'm not aware of any such provision.
If you'd like to take a brief recess, I could try to find that answer for you.
I think that would be helpful in the debate here, because we're being told that we are supposed to ride the California train. And if that's not accurate, I think it would be helpful.
The committee will stand at ease. Okay, we're going to resume the meeting and reconvene here. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. And after consulting with our LCO attorney, the answer to the question for Connecticut and for multiple other states is that they have a choice of either to adopt the current EPA emissions standards, or if they choose to follow California, they can. California, decades ago, applied to the EPA for a waiver to have more stringent standards. So I guess what we're doing potentially here today is to adopt those more stringent standards, so not necessarily following what California does. They were just the original waiver askers. So that is to answer the question from Representative Fishbein. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this legislature jumps from one crisis to the next, one emergency to the next. We're always in some type of crisis. So now we're in an air pollution crisis. And for each crisis and emergency, the solution that the legislature provides results in less freedom, less autonomy, less decision-making by this legislature, and less of an ability of our constituents to have an effect on the laws of this state. We keep doing this. Everything is an emergency, and we hear constantly, well, we have to do something. We have to do something. It's a crisis. And of course, that something results in less freedom to the people of this state. We've got another crisis. We've got a air pollution crisis, and this is going to solve it, we're told. This is going to solve the crisis. Well, everybody knows this is not going to solve the crisis. It's going to continue to be a crisis. And then if it does solve it, we'll be on to the next crisis. This is no way to legislate. We can't tie ourselves to another state and have our laws change whenever the people that live 3,000 miles away in a different environment with different laws, with different climate, anytime they decide that our laws are going to change, they'll change, other than because the commissioner of DEEP and a small group of legislators get to have some input. Well, I'm not on regs review. So that means all of the people in my district, every single one of them, will have absolutely no say in whether or not our laws change with regard to these standards. That's not how our system is supposed to be designed, and that's not how it's supposed to work. We as legislators are supposed to have a say when our laws change. And under this bill, we wouldn't. Now, there are several people, several legislators on regs review. Great. So their constituents will have some say, but mine won't. And most of the legislators in this legislature are not on regs review either. So how are my constituents supposed to have any say in the laws that are going to be changed in California and will automatically be changed in Connecticut? They won't. This is not how our system is designed. If we want to have our own standards, we should have our own standards. Right now, we could have either the Connecticut standards or the federal standards. Well, how did the California standards, I'm sorry. Well, how did California get its standards? We were just told. They petitioned the EPA to have their own standards that were different from the federal standards. Well, why don't we do that? We could do that too. We could ask the EPA, let us create our own standards. One way or the other, we need to be able to make our own decisions. Our constituents need the ability to influence the laws that are being enacted in this state. And under this bill, they can't be. And there's no way that I would be able to support that. My constituents wouldn't support it. And if I supported it over their objection, I would not be doing my job as a legislator. And I would say that every single legislator is in that same position, that they should not be tying their vote to the votes of California legislators who they don't know and who operate under a different system of legislation, under a different climate, in a different environment, 3,000 miles away. This is not how we should be operating. And I'm going to vote against this, and I encourage everybody else to also. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Representative Palm, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel compelled to say we are in a crisis. The environment is in a crisis. The clean air is in a crisis. This is not a boogeyman or an imaginary crisis. Secondly, I'd like to point out that among the states that have actually adopted the California standards are New Jersey, Washington, Vermont, New York, Maine, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Washington, D.C., Delaware, and Colorado. These are not 3,000 miles away from us. Many of these are our neighbors. And the reason that California set the standard is that they were ahead of us, ahead of the rest of the country in recognizing, because of their high density, the toxicity of their air. So I am a hard yes on this. And my final thing I'd like to say is I did serve on the Regulations Review Committee for 2 years, and the chairs on both sides of the aisle were always extremely available to the rest of us, colleagues, if we had concerns, in the same way that the Appropriations Committee ends up voting on things that the rest of us pass to them. So I think if people have a really, strong concern about representing their constituents, I would personally start with listening to the plea for doing something about our environment, and then secondarily, if still not convinced, take it to the regs review. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Representative Dillon, followed by Representative D'Amico. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking for the second time, I wanted to clarify remarks that I made earlier about the actions pending in the Supreme Court and provide for the committee information about the case that's pending. It's West Virginia versus the EPA. It's docket 20-1530. It challenges the authority of the Environmental Protection Agency to regulate carbon dioxide emissions related to climate change. The fact pattern actually involves power plants, so it's not exactly the same as the auto emissions, but it does tell us where these cases are going, that there is a concentrated group of people, whether you agree with them or you don't, that are making the case that regulatory agencies should not have standing, and that in fact, only Congress should do something, which unfortunately may mean that nothing will happen. And so I simply wanted to provide the site for your information as you weigh the decision that you make on this very important vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative D'Amico, followed by Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to associate my remarks with the recent remarks made by Representative Palm, pointing out the number of states, both in proximity to us as well as throughout the country, who have adopted the California standards, as we are contemplating doing here. So just for clarification, Mr. Chair, could you just please remind me with regards to procedure? So what assuming that this bill is passed through this committee today, will every member of the Connecticut House of Representatives have the opportunity to vote on this bill on the floor?
Theoretically, Representative D'Amico, following, if this bill is passed out of committee, it would go to the floor of the House, and a decision would be made as far as its future goes by leadership. But it would eventually, if it found its way, head to the floor of the House, and we would get a vote on it. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair, because I thought it was suggested somewhere in the debate within the last few minutes that somehow our colleagues would not be able to participate in this decision as a full body. But again, I am heartened to know that all of our colleagues in the House and theoretically, if it gets called in the Senate, all of our colleagues in the Senate will be able to vote on this as well. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Senator Haskell, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the recognition for a second time. I just wanted to briefly say that there seems to be a contention among some of my colleagues that we're doing something groundbreaking today. My other colleagues have pointed out that we're not doing anything groundbreaking when it comes to the region, given the plethora of states around us and around the country that have already adopted these standards. But we're also not doing anything all that innovative or groundbreaking when it comes to legislative procedure. A number of years ago, the legislature passed Senate Bill 119, which applied the California stronger emission standards to light-duty vehicles. And what's really scary to me, Mr. Chair, is that the crisis clearly has only gotten worse with regard to clean air and clean water. Our climate, the impacts of climate change have only worsened in the years since, and yet somehow this debate has become more fraught and more challenging. And I say that because while I wasn't here in 2004, I did take a moment to look up the debate in the Senate and the House, and it was a unanimous bipartisan bill in the Senate. It was nearly unanimous and strongly bipartisan in the House of Representatives. Once again, doing the exact same sort of legislative structure that enacted these stronger emission standards as permitted by the Federal Clean Air Act to make them in line with California. It just applied it to light-duty vehicles as opposed to heavy-duty vehicles. And it's really frightening to see, Mr. Chair, that since 2004, this debate has become more challenging and more controversial when I think that the impacts of climate change are only more clear. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Representative O'Day.
Thank you for recognizing me for the second time. Just a quick, some research I did. The California standard CARB, California standard exempts from their regulations school buses, military tactical vehicles, which I'm not really concerned about here, but the cranes, heavy cranes, historic vehicles, off-road vehicles. And so I guess my question to the chair or anybody, are school buses and non-school buses, but say like a Greyhound bus, exempt from the emission standards here? Through you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. From the reading of what you just said, I would say that they are exempt from the California emission standards, but we have stepped up here in the state of Connecticut and have designed our own the executive order from the governor has indicated that we have certain goals here over the next decade so that our school bus fleet does become completely electric over the next several years.
So this is going to essentially then, as I understand your answer, this is going to be even more stringent than the California emission standards. Is that correct?
For our school buses, yes. The executive order from the governor going forward.
Okay, so based on my understanding, then this not only are we adopting California standards, but we're actually going beyond what even they think is reasonable under their circumstances. So I just hopefully there can be more discussions going forward. I appreciate you acknowledging me for the second time and urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Seeing no other hands raised in the Zoom room or here in 1C, I would ask the clerk to call the roll for this bill, which is Senate Bill, actually House Bill 5039, an act concerning medium and heavy duty vehicle emission standards. Straight JF to the floor.
House Bill 5039, Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes enthusiastically yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco is just a yes.
Senator Slapp.
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor.
Senator Minor is a no.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes no.
Representative Berger Javallo.
Rep. Berger Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico.
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon, I don't think I saw you on the Zoom. If you wouldn't mind doing that one more time.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fishpine. Representative Gucker.
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes no.
Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy.
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn.
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Representative Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky.
Representative Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day enthusiastically votes no.
Okay. Representative Paris. Representative Parker.
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo.
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes no.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson.
And still being friends with Representative O'Day, I'll vote no.
Okay. And Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Okay. And that concludes the votes as I have them.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item under Roman numeral 3 is number 12, SB 244, an act concerning wildlife that causes damage to livestock, poultry, or bees. It would be a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Minor, seconded by Representative Harding. Out of respect for the individual and proponent of the bill, the chair acknowledges Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me just say that coming up with language that might work for the majority has not been easy, and I'm not even sure we're there yet. But I want to at least acknowledge both chairs for their willingness to have the conversation about an issue that is perhaps not as important across the state of Connecticut as it is in the northwest corner. And if the news reports are correct, it's coming to a place near all of us. Under the bill that we heard, I think we were attempting to draft language that was similar to the way the DEP manages agricultural damage when done by a deer. And certainly based on the input that we got from a number of people in the public hearing, that may not have been tight enough. So what we set out to do in the JFS language was to, I would argue, greatly curtail or diminish those that might be able to avail themselves of this protection by doing a couple of things. The way the bill is currently drafted in its S form, it requires a farmer to reach a certain economic standard. So it's not a backyard enthusiast, it's not a 4-H member, it's not or solely a 4-H member. It's not a small-time agricultural setting that might have a farm stand. You have to reach the $15,000 threshold, which is an IRS standard for expenditure and revenue. So we did that because there were some concerns expressed during the public hearing that this was little more than a loosely developed regulation that could pertain to almost anyone in the state of Connecticut. We also attempted to deal with the issue raised that this is a kind of a backhanded way of allowing someone to hunt bear in a state where we don't allow hunting bear. And so the language, by the time you get done going through section 1 and section 2, restricts the ownership of the subject bear after the bear has been taken solely to the discretion of the DEP. So in the last line, that determination is made by the commissioner of the DEP. In the lines that precede that, the issued permit can only go to someone that has demonstrated evidence of the $15,000. So it can't go to someone else. It has to go to the farmer. I don't know how more restrictive we could have made it in an attempt to try and provide some relief to individuals that are in the agriculture community. It does allow for the permit being issued at such times of day as the commissioner determines would be appropriate. I can tell you that my constituents have told me you almost don't ever know when they're going to show up. But to the extent that someone knows when there's some history as to when an animal in their care may have been killed or crops may have been damaged, it would allow that kind of flexibility to the commissioner. And that is consistent with what the agency has done in other circumstances with other species. So that's pretty much why we are where we are. I think we have attempted to recognize what we've heard in testimony, that farmers have lost livestock, including bees. Farmers have lost grapes. They've lost corn. They've lost, to some degree, a significant amount of money. And this provides them with an opportunity to try and limit the exposure a bear might have on their farming operation. And it also, to my mind, really does provide a lot of information to the DEP commissioner going forward. So if there are any questions people have, Mr. Chairman, through you, I'd be happy to try and address them.
Thank you, Senator Minor. First, we have Representative Michelle, followed by Senator Cohen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it was in 2019, I did get reports of quote unquote nuisance black bears being ordered to get killed, or either by a farmer, property owner, or by a DEP agent, or somebody sent by DEP. And I just want to mention again the three laws of ecology. I know I mentioned them earlier today, but that's the law of diversity, which is that the strength of an ecosystem is dependent upon the diversity of species within it. And there's a law of interdependence, which is that all species are interdependent with each other. And then the law of finite resources, there are limits to growth and limits to carrying capacity. So when one kills a bear, and for the specific reason that it was attracted by foods, then we're not fixing the problem, because simply another bear, black bear, would be attracted by the same thing. And so we're not fixing the problem. So there were non-lethal ways being discussed in the public hearing. And I also do think that the death penalty for animals behaving with acting naturally without causing any harm to people, being killed for damages to property or livestock, I believe is an overkill, none pun intended. And then I think I'd also look that up, as strange as it sounds, but you have more chances to get killed by a soda machine than by a black bear. In any case, I think this bill is a loophole to allow hunting day and night across the state. And I think this is a wildlife slaughter bill. I understand the reference to DEEP. But the problem with DEEP is DEEP has discretion, and DEEP has history of being pro hunting. The wildlife division is, I think, populated by several hunters. And so, I have some issues with the bill. The bill is not needed because also the 2672 applies to all fur-bearing animals, except deer. And there's existing law, like I described earlier, that says that the farmer or lessee or farm employee must do the killing, not a third party. This bill would allow third parties who are chosen by the farmer. So if someone were to argue that a farmer should be allowed to hire a competent shooter so that a bear is killed humanely, also, I still think that doesn't solve the problem. But to it, one could reply, prevention strategies would prevent the conflict in the first place. So, I mean, I see a bit of, I think, trickery in this bill, although it's, being discussed not being this way. And I also can say that the Animal Advocacy Caucus also does not support this bill. So I would ask my colleagues to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Next, we have Senator Cohen, followed by Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll try to get through my comments here without choking. My apologies for earlier. I, generally am incredibly sympathetic to our agricultural community and typically seen as voting in favor of bills that they've set forward and proposals for which they are the proponents. And while there's not a proliferation of black bear in my neck of the woods, I understand that there are in other parts of Connecticut, and that it is presenting some issues for our agricultural community. That being said, and I appreciate the comments of the good ranking member and his good faith efforts to attempt to get this to a place of consensus. For me, we're not quite there yet. I think in past years, we have explored other methods of aversive conditioning to get the black bear to retreat away from residential areas, away from our farms. And I haven't seen much evidence at this point that we have used non-lethal methods or explored every non-lethal method available to us. I also don't think the bill addresses baiting of black bear, which I think is an important piece that we need to discuss and understand and perhaps address in a future iteration of this legislation. And I think we have to have a discussion about the protection of crops. And I recognize that this can be of great expense to our farmers. And so what can we do in Connecticut to help our farmers adequately protect their crops against black bear or other wildlife or nuisance wildlife from coming and destroying crops? So I think this is a larger discussion and of which we're just touching the surface. And I hope the discussion will continue in productive ways. But today I will be a no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am, as a resident of the Northwest Corner, apropos of a comment was made earlier today, I find myself agreeing with much of what Senator Minor is saying, but also a lot of things that Representative Michelle is saying. So I know that I'm in the middle, and when you are receiving arrows on both sides of an issue, I think you're in the messy middle of this. So I first want to say that I do think that that we ought to keep working for a compromise on this, and I do applaud Senator Minor for trying to do that today in the bill by limiting it to working farmers as opposed to hobbyists. But I do have, at the end of the day, I still have concerns about this bill. In particular, I wonder, maybe this is a question for the proponent, if we are trying to close the door on non-delegation of this ability to limit it just to working farmers, I'm wondering why the language in line 15, which still says that such permits may be issued to any qualified person designated by such landowner, is still in the bill.
Did you want me to take that, Mr. Chairman? All right.
I was too busy eating an apple. I'm sorry, Senator Minor.
I wanted to make sure that we were still playing doubles. Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding, again, I'm not the attorney. I'm not drafting the bill. I think that Brad has tried to maintain what is in current law in section 1 of the bill, section 1, subsection 1. And so under other circumstances, you are allowed to maintain possession. Under the language that is the new language from lines 23 to 29, it speaks specifically to this animal. And so unless our attorney would correct me, I don't think there's a conflict in it. I think it recognizes the distinction between someone that may kill a skunk as opposed to someone that may have a permit to kill a bear. And again, I would be willing to be corrected by our staff attorney.
Representative Horn.
If our good LCO wants to correct that, feel free. Otherwise, I will assume that that's a reasonable interpretation of the language.
Representative Horn, let's hear what our LCO has to say. Brad?
Nope, no correction needed. Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. That's helpful. My other concerns relate to essentially so first of all, I'm not convinced that this permit would only be issued ahead of time. I fear that we may have circumstances in which someone takes actions and then has to justify it after the fact. I do have concerns also about that there is no language in here that requires other non-lethal methods to be used and to take care against things such as Senator Cohen mentioned with respect to baiting, for example. I do think I am disappointed that we are not looking again this year at increasing resources for limiting the interaction between humans and bearers, as we have looked at in the past in terms of non-lethal methods. I have seen those used in my communities with success. I do believe aversive training does work. It requires resources from deep to commit to it, but there is it is effective. And I will say, so in the end of this, I hear from a lot of constituents on this, but I tell you, the constituents that I hear and I have the most concern for are not at all addressed by this legislation. I have concern for, I myself live in the woods. I see bears on a regular basis. My kids are all used to it. They're not fearful for me. But I have residents, older residents in particular, who live at the edge of the woods or in the woods, who have bear coming into their homes. And they are fearful about opening their windows in the summertime. And I think in order to protect those people, if we care about, it is different in rural communities than it is in the suburbs. If we care about those communities and we have sprawled over the land to such a degree that we are increasing interactions with bears, we owe it to them to do something to limit those interactions. I don't think this bill does that, although I do applaud the efforts to compromise. As a result of that, I am a reluctant no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Horn. Seeing no other hands raised in the Zoom room, we're going to wrap it up with Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I meant what I said about the leadership respectfully working with me as an advocate for this legislation. And no matter what the outcome is, I still mean it. The truth of the matter is that in order to get a permit for this, if it's in the case of livestock, something is dead. We can all sit here and we can talk about what our position is, what our position might be, what our position could be. But as sure as I'm sitting here, within the next week, I'm going to get a phone call or another Facebook post or another you name it from somebody, and it won't necessarily be in the northwest corner, that's lost an animal that was once alive. Does anyone really understand what happens when that happens? Does anyone really know the horror that goes on inside a shed or a chicken coop? That was on the news the other night. So this isn't about whether or not this problem will not happen again, this will go away. It is not perfect. I did not draft the language. And so if there are questions, I'm happy to answer them. But to be quite honest with you, when I serve the same community in the same state, and I know what my constituents are going through. I've sent people on this committee videos of bears in people's living room in the last week. And people find some comfort in saying, you know what, just can't get there. I argued to make sure that we would have a bill to vote on. And you know why? I want to make Connecticut better. I want to make it safer. And for the people that don't think this bill gets us there, I would have gone farther. I would have gone farther if I was the only one to say what this bill had to look like. But I'm not, and I'm respectful. And I think I've conducted myself respectfully. But I gotta tell you, it's pretty frustrating knowing that some people in this committee, I'm gonna get calls from your constituents within probably a week and say, why didn't this bill get passed? Why didn't it get out of committee? Why didn't we do something? And we're going to be on the record, all of us. And if that's where we have to be, I'm willing to be there. But I thought, honestly, today would be a little different. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Minor. I would ask our committee clerk to call the roll for SB 244, an act concerning wildlife that causes damage to livestock, poultry, and bees. JFS to the floor.
Senate Bill 244 LCO 4033. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes no.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slav, Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes no.
Senator Minor,
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding,
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger Javallo,
Representative Berger Javallo votes no.
Representative Betts, Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee,
Rep. Chafee votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes no.
Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Hennessy votes no.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes no.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes no.
Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes no.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Paris, Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Ryan, could I have you say that one more time?
No.
Thank you. You did show up there on that one word. Thank you, Representative Ryan. Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes no.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes no.
That concludes the votes as I have them.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the next item under Roman numeral 3, item 13, House Bill 5297, an act concerning the multiplicity of affecting facilities in certain census block groups in the state. It's a straight JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion. I will entertain a motion. Moved by Representative Mashinsky, seconded by
Second.
Representative Horn. Thank you. The bill requires the Deep Commissioner to consult with the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Council, and by the first of next year, report those findings and recommendations to the Environment Committee for potential future action. The report must include recommendations for changes to the state's environmental justice law to prevent further multiplicity of affecting facilities in areas covered by the current environmental justice law. As we know, the governor issued an executive order creating the CJAC, and we were hoping that by passing this piece of legislation, we will have an end to their work, meaning a report and also some recommendations for future action. Are there any questions or comments? Representative Hennessy.
I'm very disappointed that we haven't been moving on environmental justice, and to be punting with a study is not acceptable, and I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hennessy. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just some comments. This CJAC language, in my view, does not constitute an effective environmental justice bill. I understand why the CJAC is of interest and needed. We know what the crucial problems are, which has been the inability of DEEP to turn down permitting. So I could be a polluting facility and set up shop in an area recognized as being burdened by air pollution. Does not make sense. So I don't necessarily think that we need a study or recommendations to know that we need to address the permitting, or that we or to know that we need to change definitions of affecting facility and EJ communities. This bill doesn't do that. So I will support the language, but I hope that the conversation continues throughout the session with the governor and DEEP and our leadership. Everyone needs to understand that we have children from families with lower income suffering from air pollution in urban settings. For example, there's a study that was done by Stanford Health that showed that the rates of asthma and COPD are much higher in the South End and the West Side. And I'm not sure why we keep pushing back for an opportunity to change that. So I hope that we can continue working on the language. We had the country leaders and our governor speak about environmental justice several times. I was under the impression that we would, that everybody can work together to protect those children. So I'm flagging this bill so we can add proper language in accordance to what we've heard in public hearing. I invite my chairs and Commissioner Dykes and the governor to come to those areas that are communities in distress, just to see the actual, or breathe or smell temporarily, not too long, what other people are going through. I think it's very important that we put ourselves in the place of these families and wonder if we're really doing what we should be doing entirely. And so I will vote in favor of this language, but I hope we can work further ahead and make this bill more effective, keep that same language, and add language to address the disparities in urban communities, particularly, but there's EJ communities all across our state. And this is about children and public health. Again, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Will our Madam Clerk please call the roll for HB 5297, an act concerning the multiplicity of affecting facilities in certain census block groups in the state. Straight JF to the floor.
HB 5297, Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slatt. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor.
Yes.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Berger-Javallo.
Rep. Berger-Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts. Representative Callahan. Representative Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico.
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Representative Gucker,
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy,
Hennessy votes no.
Representative Hennessy, can I have you do that?
Hennessy votes no.
Representative Horn,
Representative Horn votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Rep. Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative Paris, Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes no.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes no.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes in the affirmative.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes no.
and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Madam Clerk, can I record my vote? I stepped away for just a sec.
Yes, Representative Callahan,
Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. Representative Callahan votes yes.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, we're
I'm
back
running.
here. Okay.
I'm looking at the other bill. I meant
that's
to
okay.
vote no. I apologize.
That's okay, because that's on, I just will say, since you did step away, so that's on HB 5297, you'll be voting no.
Yep. And I looked at the wrong bill on my sheet. Thank you.
Sure, of course. May I just confirm, I just want to make sure they had Representative Horn. I know you'd said it, and I don't think my microphone picked up properly. Representative Horn, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. You're at the last vote?
Yes, for 5297.
Representative Horn votes yes.
Okay, thank you, Representative Horn. I apologize for that. That
Thank you,
concludes
Madam
the votes I
Clerk.
have.
And a point of privilege for the chair before we vote on the consent calendar, I will allow Senator Cohen to say a few words. Senator Cohen, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the indulgence. I am a passenger in a car right now, but didn't want to miss the opportunity to say special thanks. I know we're about to vote on the consent calendar with 32 members on the committee. That can take some time. So I just really wanted to take an opportunity on this, our last JF meeting, to not only thank my co-chair and the ranking members, but all of the members of this committee for working in such a fantastic bipartisan manner to really move bills over to their respective chambers. We have really a robust selection of bills that have hit the calendar, and these today, I'm really pleased with the outcomes. While I know not everything is perfect, I know they are all works in progress. I've just been really pleased and impressed with how this committee conducts itself. I do want to also, as I know my co-chair will as well, thank the hardworking staff of this committee. Our LCO, Brad Towson, is just always available to us and really beyond professional. So I'm so happy that he's still with us on the Environment Committee, as well as our OLR crew, Kristen and Janet and Marcy from OFA. So grateful. But I just want to make a special mention. I know we have a special member of our committee who has decided, after many years of service, to not seek re-election. Senator Minor has been a true valued member of this committee for many years, long before my short tenure, at times co-chair, at times ranking member, and I have had the privilege of serving with him as the Senate ranking member for the last 4 sessions. And I just want to say I have learned a tremendous amount from Senator Minor. And while we didn't always see eye to eye, and I think that was evident today as well, I think we have a tremendous amount of respect for one another. I know I do for Senator Minor, and we have often operated in a bipartisan manner to get important environmental proposals passed and signed into law. And I can safely say that our environment is in a better place since Senator Minor came on board. I'll miss our banter in screenings and otherwise. We still have some ways to go to get through this session, but I would be remiss in not mentioning how much I've enjoyed working with Senator Minor. And I also, before I forget, I just want to also honor our clerk of the Environment Committee, Guy McDermott, who has been such a help for us this session. Thank you so much for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. And speaking of Gaia, Madam Clerk, will you please call the consent calendar? I believe it's items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7, so we can vote on them. Thank you.
Senate Bill 235, an act concerning veterinarian reporting of dogs used in animal fighting. House Bill 5296, an act concerning the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program. House Bill 5294, an act concerning the intentional release of certain balloons. Senate Bill 242, an act establishing a working group on the restoration of restoration of eelgrass. Senate Bill 241, an act concerning boating safety. Senator Cohen?
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Gresco?
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Slab? Representative Palm?
Representative Palm votes yes.
Senator Minor?
Senator Minor votes yes.
Representative Harding?
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Amy Berger-Javallo?
Representative Berger-Javallo votes yes.
Representative Betts? Representative Callahan?
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Chafee?
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Representative D'Amico?
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky?
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fishbein? Representative Gucker?
Representative Gucker votes yes.
Representative Harrison?
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Senator Haskell?
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Hennessy?
Representative Hennessy votes yes.
Representative Horn?
Representative Horn votes yes.
Representative Kushner?
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Michelle?
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky?
Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day?
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Harris? Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Representative Piscopo votes yes.
Representative Bimbis, Representative Reyes.
Sorry about that. If
Sorry,
still-
that's okay. Of course.
Representative Bimbis is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes is affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young, I'll have you say that one more time.
Representative Young votes yes.
I saw Senator Slapp come in the room. Not sure if Senator Slapp, if you're ready to vote on the consent calendar.
Yes, Senator Slapp votes yes on the consent calendar.
Thank you. And then I saw one hand raised, Representative O'Day. I'm not sure, did I miss you? I do see that. Have you voted? Okay, so I think we're all set. I think I have all the votes so far.
Thank you, Gaia. Appreciate that. And we will be keeping, it's 2:45. Let's keep the votes open till 4 o'clock so that individuals who are in other committees get a chance to vote. And as we wrap up our meeting here, there's a few hands raised, so we will go in order. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be brief. I first got elected 10 years ago, and Senator Minor, then Representative Minor, was my mentor. For those of you online, Senator Minor said that's never good, but it was one of the best things that happened to me. Minority Leader Cafaro had said to me, I'm going to do you a favor. You're not going to like it at first, but I'm telling you, you're going to appreciate it. He said, I want you to go through the implementer with Representative Minor at the time. And we went through the implementer together for what seemed like 10 hours. There's probably about 6. But there's no truer statesman in this building. We're going to miss him. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Next, Senator Slapp.
Yeah, actually, I was just getting in line for missed votes, but I will say I do look forward to saying many nice things about Senator Minor on the Senate floor when we say our goodbyes, and I greatly respect his service as well, and grateful to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Callahan.
I'm going to defer to other members, and because I'm just waiting to correct a couple votes. I don't want to get in the way of the accolades for Senator Minor.
Okay, so if we could lower our hands, if we're just interested in getting votes until we're finished, that would make my life a little easier there. Representative Horn.
I believe I have voted on everything, so I am not in line to vote. I just wanted to join my colleagues and to also give my praise to Senator Minor for all the work he has done. Senator Minor is my senator, and it has been to watch him and to learn never to underestimate Senator Minor's abilities to both deeply understand and to move legislation through the process. We have worked together on some things and not on other things, but I also want to just extend my deep respect for his service to our communities and to say that he will, as many others will say over the course of months to come, be missed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Horn. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll miss you, Craig, or Senator. I remember well at one point when I was sitting in the back row in the house, we sat near each other, and I would be asking you when the pot sale was coming in White Flower Farm, and we would talk about gardening, quite different from some of the heady issues that we've discussed here in the committee. But you bring a lot of really important lived experience to this committee, and I've appreciated working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative D'Amico. Mike, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I just wanted to join and add my voice to the group in praise of Senator Minor. I've been on the Environment Committee going back to when Senator Minor was the ranking member from the House. And at that time, as well as now, he was always very thoughtful, very articulate, always amusing. And he truly cares about the state of Connecticut, and clearly he is passionate about the causes that he believes in. So he has been a valuable colleague and friend, and I will miss him. The Environment Committee will miss him, and I just wish him well, and I thank him for all that I have learned from him. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would be horribly remiss if I didn't take a few minutes here. This will be difficult for me. So Senator Minor and I go back, I believe, to about 1982. He moved into Litchfield and was managing the local Ford dealership, which is, if you go to the center of Litchfield on the green right now, it's the Franco's restaurant, if you can believe. The Ford dealer was right there in the center of town. We became friends. His kids and my kids went to school together. He and I have both been through divorces, not together, but around the same time. And we've moved on to new families and extended families now. And the nice part about it is all of us get along very well. Craig then was coerced into being the first selectman in Litchfield. He ran as an unknown and walked away with the election and stayed for, I think it was 16 years, 12 years. 10 years? Well, whatever. Anyway, the point is that at the end of that time, he was asked to run for state representative. And I had the good fortune of being asked to be his campaign treasurer. And I was his campaign treasurer until 2016, when he came to me and said, would I consider filling his seat? It's been a real honor, Senator, to know you and to work side by side with you and to be counseled by you so many times. And this place is a better place because of you and your service to the constituents in the 30th district, the 66th district, and to the state of Connecticut. And I am glad I've had the opportunity to spill my guts here and share that with everyone around the table. I know we all do work together. We very rarely, I think, agree on everything, to say the least. But I think through your efforts, a lot of good work has been done. And again, I'll say I'm honored to have had the pleasure to serve with you, know you, and I will still see you because as you know, we live about 5 minutes from each other, and I know that both of us will stay involved around Litchfield. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I first got elected, I had this concept, a bill that had no support whatsoever. And so it was in planning and development. And so just offhand, I knock on Representative Minor's door in planning and development and run it by him. And well, the first thing he asked me is, so do you have any statutes to back this bill up? And actually at that time, I really wasn't sure what a statute was. So I'm like thinking, if I'm going to be addressing this guy, I really have to have my ducks in order, because he's really on top of it. And that was my first impression of him. And through the years, 18 years of work, I have only grown in respect for the amount of diligence and intelligence that he brings to the table. Quite often don't agree on the issues, but immense respect, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Representative Hennessy. Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to echo everyone else's words in terms of Senator Minor's work in this committee. Like Representative Ford mentioned, like Representative Wilson, we're fortunate to have Craig as our senator. And one of the most fortunate opportunities that I had in this building was to be appointed the ranking member of the Environment Committee to serve alongside him. I have learned more in my 4 years in this role because of Senator Minor than I could have ever imagined. I am a better legislator today because of Senator Minor. I serve my constituents better because of Senator Minor. There is no one that I know of in this building that has a better knowledge of the legislative process of serving his or her constituency than the good senator. And he may not show it sometimes, but there is a very big heart in this man. Very, very big heart. He is compassionate. He cares. And he's just generally just a good person and has done a lot for our state and for our environment. And I will continue to seek his advice because Lord knows I need it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be remiss if I didn't go back to the first conversation we ever had in an environmental committee on my first year. I have to admit, I owe Senator Minor a piece of vegan cheese, and I need to work on this as fast as possible to make sure that I send him some really delicious vegan cheese to see if I can sway his stance on that type of food. And on that note, I'll say Godspeed to Senator Minor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Minor and I met Senator Minor, I should say. He'd been here a long time ago, but I met him for the first time when I first was elected and served in 2019. And in 2019 and 2020, he was the ranking member on both of the committees that I was most involved with, the Labor Committee and as Vice Chair of the Environment Committee. And Senator Minor, we had lots of intense conversations, and you might be surprised to hear me say this, and I also had to debate Senator Minor on the Senate floor a few times over labor bills. You might be surprised to hear me say this, but I will miss you, and I congratulate you on your retirement. I know that good things will come to you in your retirement years. Probably you'll end up working on more things than you did in the legislature. You'll probably find lots of causes to work on, but I wanted to take this opportunity to wish you well and congratulate you on your retirement. Good luck.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I remember Craig when he first, Senator Minor, when he first got elected in Litchfield, and I was the rep at the corner of his town there, and he'd beat me up on occasion at the different meetings up there verbally, I might add. And so he's one of the best listeners you will ever meet, and that's really something with a person that has that quality of being one of the best listeners. My dad was a good listener, so I recognize a good listener when I see one, and I love the man. So I'm a little biased here, but I'm really gonna miss you. This legislature is gonna miss him, and the state of Connecticut's gonna miss his service up here as a whole. So, geez, before I choke up a little, I just want to say, Craig, I'm gonna miss you, brother.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Representative Mushinski.
Thank you. I too will miss Senator Minor. Originally, he's a Wallingford person, moved up to the Litchfield Hills, I still run into his brother in downtown, and he fills me in on what's going on. And I had an enjoyable afternoon moving fish with Senator Minor before we had a fishway. We had to manually move the fish. Although we disagree on regulatory things frequently, we both love the outdoors and love nature, and I think that's a bond that we share. The other thing is it's very tough to have Senator Minor on the other side of your bill. He is extremely crafty, like a chess player, and I had to work extremely hard to figure out what he was up to next and try to overcome it. Formidable person to work against if he's not on your side. And I say that with respect, that I respect someone who is so clever as to be able to do that. It was hard work to get around Senator Minor, no question about it. So a supreme tactician and a friend of the outdoors. And happy retirement to you. And I hope you don't come back as a lobbyist.
Too funny. Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. And I'm going to take the chairman's prerogative here to not go last, but second to last. I'm going to take a different vein. I'm still upset at you for doing this, but I totally understand your reasoning. And look, the state, the Environment Committee, the legislature is going to miss you, miss your expertise, your institutional knowledge, your perspective on bills. Look, I had tough shoes to fill when I came in here, and my predecessor really couldn't speak higher of you than someone that, and Terry was a stickler for language and for procedure and for knowing what to do in any specific instance. And he had the utmost respect for you, as do I. And I'm hoping you know, Godspeed going forward in whatever endeavor you choose to do next. And you know, the state of Connecticut is much better for having you deciding to enter the public service life for us. And if you want to, anytime you want to put your 2 cents in and bills coming forward, I'm sure there's at least a couple of people here that will take your call. So thank you, Senator, and please let us know some of your plans.
Well, fortunately for everybody here, my plans are still unknown, other than at the end of this year. Well, we'll see what happens when I get to the end of the year, but I'm not running for office. Look, I want to add my thanks also to those that have thanked Brad and Janet and Kristen and Marcy. This committee would be very different if not for the hard work of that staff. They are truly individuals that care very much about their job. COVID has not diminished their interest in performing the tasks at hand, and they have always been available to me as well. And so my thanks to the 4 of you and others that may have preceded you. Gaia, I never thought in public service I would ever be on Zoom. And so when I got thrown off Zoom, that was like that was like a twofer. And so I'm just hoping that at some point in the future, I lose enough weight so I can fit in the t-shirt and make you proud. It truly has been a pleasure working with you, and I look forward to the remaining months working with you again. To everybody on the committee, I've always appreciated the debate, the dialogue, the interest that the committee has shown. And I go way back to the beginning when We were in the House one night and Jesse Stratton was trying to pass legislation where you'd have to register your diversion. And I pointed out to her that under the bill, the diversion was about the size of a garden hose, which, by the way, she did not deny, but she did challenge me to get off of planning and development, get on the environment committee where I might be able to do some good. And so if there is anyone that is upset with my position on the environment committee, it's probably because of Jesse Stratton's dare. I don't think this committee could be summed up in any way other than to say that to watch both Mary Mashinsky and John Piscopo advocate their position on bills is truly, to my mind, governance. It is always refreshing to hear the different positions, and there's almost never any doubt pretty much where they're going to be. And I just think that the community of Connecticut as a whole is better served knowing that we've had that kind of diversity on this committee, and more often than not have found some middle ground. I really wish COVID hadn't happened. I'm sure a lot of people join me in that opinion, because for me, what it's done is it's taken the last 2 years of public service, and I would say kind of gypped me from the standpoint that there are a lot of first-term legislators that I never really got a chance to know, both in the House and in the Senate. It's say what you want. I will probably forever hold to the belief that Zoom is not helping the public. And it certainly hasn't helped me get to know many of the legislators that got elected just prior to COVID. And so I'm hoping over the next month and a little, we'll get a chance to be in each other's company. So maybe we can talk about things that are important to them and to me. And who knows, maybe there'll be an amendment still in my future. Thank you.
So just for housekeeping, we will keep the votes open till 4 o'clock this afternoon, after which the committee will be adjourned. But in the meantime, we will be in recess. Representative Harding.
I just think that, I wanted to thank the partisan staff as
Yes,
well.
absolutely.
So
Brad
Adrian's done a lot to help. Andrew's been huge. I wouldn't have gotten through screening without your help, and thank you so much to both of you for your help.
That is a true.
Senator Kushner, I have you only for one vote, and that would be for the 11, which is HB 5039.
Yes, thank you. Senator Kushner votes yes.
Thank you. I see I have a few more individuals who need to vote, and I'll just collect my paperwork and I will have that for you in just momentarily. Okay, so I have Representative Dillon. I think you only have one vote. Let me just see what you have. Representative Dillon, I have you for 5292. That's an act concerning use of pink blaze clothing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just confirm, did you have any other bills that you are waiting on, Representative Dillon? Let me see what else I have.
If I only missed one, I'm very surprised and pleased.
I am very pleased with you as well. Let me just super duper just double check before you, oh, she's gone. Okay, that was all we had.
Thank you very much for your hard work this session.
Oh, thank you.
Again, but yes.
Okay, so let me see what else I have for the next hand raised. I see Representative, just one moment, Representative Ryan.
It's bill number 6237.
Perfect, that's what I'm looking at as well. So that's an act, the funding of fish hatcheries.
Yeah, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next hand risen I see is Representative Reyes. I'll find out, see what you have outstanding. Representative Reyes, I didn't have anything for you. Did you have some bill that you thought that you hadn't voted on?
I passed on a bill.
I do have you as passing on a bill. On abstaining?
Oh, no, just pass. I want you to come back to me.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I have you on passing on Senate Bill 240, an act concerning the use of sodium chloride to mitigate snow and ice accumulations.
And just want to, the chairs, Cohen and Gresco both voted for it?
Yes, that was a majority of yes. I think there was only 2 or 3 no's.
Okay, and yeah, I just did some research on it. Yes, please, raise votes in the affirmative.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day. You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Okay, next hand up is Representative Callahan. Let me see what you have.
I didn't miss any, Guy, but going back, I reread all my notes and my conscience got me and I went back and re-researched everything. 5293, I voted no, and I want to change it to a yes.
Let me just look that up. Which one that is?
It's
5293, switch number on the other. Okay, I have it here. That's number 9 on the agenda, an act prohibiting the use of wild exotic animals in traveling.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
And there's one more, and then you
And
get
I'm
to-
sorry, but how did you say that you're going to vote
I
on?
voted no, and I wanted to change it to yes.
Okay, we'll do.
And then I had one more. And then I'll get out of Representative Smith's way.
Okay.
It's it was 5297 was the last bill, I believe.
Yes, I'm looking at that, which is an act concerning yes, 5297. Yes.
I had voted no in committee, and I wanted to change it to a yes.
Okay, and I will switch that vote for you right now. Thank you,
And
Representative.
I'm sorry I had left my hand up when everyone was giving the senator accolades. I thought I put it down. I felt like a jerk.
Oh, no. Okay, thank you so much, Representative. Have
Thanks,
a
and
good day.
thanks for all your help on my
Uh-huh.
second session on Environment Committee. It's hard to believe. Thanks.
Oh,
Hopefully I
my
get reelected
pleasure.
and I come back.
My pleasure. Have a good day. Have a great
Bye-bye.
day. Bye. Okay, so Representative Smith, let me see what you have outstanding.
I don't know that I do, Guy. I just, as they say a lot these days, out of an abundance of caution, I was on the phone. It might have gone to the consent, but I was just curious about the 242 that I might have
You're
missed.
looking great. You got everything.
I got everything. Terrific. Thank you, Guy, and thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
And thank you for your hard work. Take care.
Take care.
Representative Paris, you're the next person I see with the hand raised. Hi, Representative Paris.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Thank you so much for keeping up with all of us.
You're a treasure. I'm so glad to see you. Let me see what you have missing, okay? I see, first and foremost, I see the, we'll get to the consent in a moment, but I have Senate Bill 237, the funding of fish hatcheries.
Yes.
You'll vote yes? Let me just see. Yes?
Yeah.
Great.
Representative.
That passed handedly, I think. Let me see, what else you have? Okay, then the next one I have is 5039, medium and heavy duty vehicles and emission standards.
Yes, that was the comparison to the California emission standards. Is that correct?
That was a conversation they had, yes.
Representative Paris votes yes.
Okay, and the next one is an act concerning wildlife and the cause damage to livestock, poultry, or bees.
Representative Paris votes yes.
Okay. Then we have 5297, municipal affecting the facilities of certain census block groups in the state. That's 5297.
Representative Paris votes yes on that as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I see that Representative Fishbein has joined us as well on this one. So we have a consent calendar and you're both on that one. And that's a doozy one to read out. So I'll go back and forth between both you, Representative Paris, and you, Representative Fishbein. And then once we do the consent calendar, Representative Fishbein, I'll go back to the top and see what we've missed. Okay, so the consent calendar, I just have to read it out for the purposes of the meeting. We have Senate Bill 235, an act concerning veterinarian reporting of dogs used in animal fighting, JF to the floor. HB 5296, an act concerning open space and watershed land acquisition grant program, JFS to the floor. HB 5294, an act concerning the intentional release of certain balloons, JFS to the floor. Senate Bill 242, an act establishing a working group in the restoration of Eelgrass, JF to the floor, and Senate Bill 241, an act concerning boating safety, JFS to the floor. I have the JF numbers if you need those as well. I know that the language was sent, but if you need the numbers for that, I can give that to you as well. So I will start with you, Representative Paris, since we'll be ending with you. How do you vote, sir?
Representative Paris votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Paris. You're all set.
Thank you so much.
And then for Representative Fishbein?
Yes, Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Wonderful. That's on the consent.
Yep.
Okay, and then Representative Fishbein, I have on the third item, it's Senate Bill 240, sodium chloride to mitigate snow and ice accumulations.
It was a yes. Representative Fishbein, do you want the whole thing?
No, you don't need to say your name. I see you perfectly, wonderfully. Just I'll just be taking my finger off the mute sometimes to turn pages and that thing. Okay, so the next one I have is item number 6. It's Senate Bill 237, an act concerning the funding of fish hatcheries. How do you vote?
Yes.
Okay.
You can just read the bill number. I got the agenda in front of me, so.
Okay. Great. So then House Bill 5295.
Is a no.
And then House Bill 5039.
Is a no. I think that's it.
That's
Maybe the
all
last one.
I have. That's
Yep.
all I have for you.
Thank you very
Great.
much, Kyle. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Hi, Representative Paris. I see your hands raised. I just want to
So
make sure
sorry about-
everything's okay.
I made a mistake on one of my votes. I confused them with something else. I actually needed to redo my vote for 244.
Okay, can you just give me just a few seconds and I'll pull that up for
Please
you.
take your time. My apologies.
I'm sorry, Representative Harris, could you just give me that number one more time that you want to change?
Yes, that's 244.
Okay, Senate Bill 244, JFS to the floor, LCO 4033.
Yes, and I originally voted yes. I voted in the affirmative. I'd like to change my vote to reflect my vote in the negative.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Representative Michelle.
Hi, Guy. I am, I've been so tightly focused on this meeting. I don't think I missed anything, but just for the sake of it. And I also wanted to thank you for all your amazing work and for your patience also with everything. So I know it's not easy. So.
Well, thank you so very much. And I do have you as having voted for everything, which you're all set.
Thank you, Gaia. Have a great remainder of the day and see you at the Capitol, maybe.
Okay, you too. See you at the Capitol. Hi, Representative Reyes.
Hey, guys, hang on. I'm all set. I just wanted to thank you for your work and for your patience with us during these interesting times. But thank you for your professionalism and your work. You've done a great job. Looking forward to continue working with you.
I do look forward to continuing working with you as well. You've really been a pleasure to work with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Gaia.
Mary, hi. Hi there.
I sent you my message. I'm just going to leave things the way they are. And
okay, I did see that.
Thank you for your work this year and for learning all the technology and helping us through it. Appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Mary. Representative Mashinsky, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hop off now. I'll be in touch on the tallies, but I wanted to
I'm having a hard time making out. Can you, Senator Cohen, can you hear me?
I was probably not there in the car. It was
you're just coming in and out a wee bit.
Can you hear me?
I'm starting to hear you a little bit better. Yes, now you turn the camera off. You turn the camera. I can't hear you now. It was a little gurgly. Yeah. So
I was just saying, I'm just saying I was going to sign off, but I'll touch base with you on tallies and whatnot in a little bit. And I also just wanted to say thanks. If my thanks wasn't very clear as I was passenger in the car there.
Yes.
Got a little nutty there for 15 minutes or so. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Hi, Senator Slapp.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I am okay.
Let me
Got a
just
couple
pull out some-
votes here, huh?
Yes. So I have just a few for you, but I have 5295, and I'm including agricultural development and innovation.
Okay. I'm a yes on that. What was the vote on that? What's the total?
I don't have the total yet, and I'm not allowed to get the total until all the votes come in, until we've got to 4 o'clock. But it was, I would say, it leaned strongly yes with the Democratic Party, if that's what you were asking. But that was the Agricultural and Development Innovation, LCO 40.
That's weird. You're not allowed to do that, considering if we showed up in person, we'd have the tally sheet right in front of us.
I cannot call it out on YouTube, and I've been told by LCO attorneys
Yeah,
that
no,
I'm
it's
not
just
allowed to do that.
interesting.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll vote yes on that. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what else you're missing. And then we have HB 5297, which is the municipality of affecting facilities of certain census block groups in the state. Just a long one. That would have gone.
Hang on 1 second. 5297, you said?
Yes, 5297. It was a JF. There's no JFS language.
Okay. Yes.
Let me see if there's anything else.
Yeah, there's one other. There's the I think the bear hunting bill.
Okay, let me get to that one.
I think I missed one early on. Maybe you got that, and then I missed one or two later.
Okay, so that was Senate Bill 244, wildlife of the cause of damage to livestock, poultry, or bees.
Right. I'm going to vote no on that.
And I'm just, while I have you here, I'm just going to quickly look. Did you know if there's anything else? I didn't know if there's anything else, but I don't want to let you go,
Okay.
Senator Slapp, unless I look through it really fast again for you. And you vote on the consent, so you're all set.
Okay. Thanks so much. Have a good rest of your day.
You too, Senator. Take care.
Take care.
Gaia?
Yes, I'm here. I was just sending an email to get the other votes in. So just one moment, Representative Michelle. Okay, I'm all set. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry to bother you with that. Just drawing a blank. We can see the vote count online later today, right? Or
Oh, you absolutely. Well, I cannot until 4 o'clock. I can't call out the votes.
Okay.
So I can go over those with you afterwards, but I don't know how it works. I don't know the law. So I don't know the rules, and then I mean the law, it's the joint rules. That would be better discussed with LCO, because I don't necessarily understand those type of things. But if the votes apparently in the meeting are read out, that the tally's given, then that stops the votes, is my understanding. So that was already called out a few meetings ago, and I've seen it called out before at other meetings. So certainly want to be cautious to make sure that we don't stop anybody else from being able to vote. So the votes will come in. I think it closes at 4 o'clock, so I can give you a ring after that time.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's because I'm getting
sure. I know. I'll give you a ring afterwards. I'll give you a call afterwards.
You're awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Take care. Bye. Hi, Representative Urbanbis. Maybe your audio might be connecting just
Oh,
now.
my apologies. I thought I had voted on everything.
Yeah, I just have you on two things that are outstanding as I have them. So on number 3 on the agenda, which is Senate Bill 240, the use of sodium chloride to mitigate snow and ice accumulations.
I mean, yeah.
You're a yes. Okay. And then I only
I'm
have
a
you
yes
for
on
one.
that. Yes.
Okay. And then I only have you for one more, which is Senate Bill. Let me just make sure there's a JF. The LCO number on that was 4019. But so the next one was just Senate Bill 237, the funding of fish hatcheries as an LCO number 23849. But the funding of fish hatcheries.
Yes, as well.
You're a little gurgly, but I think I heard a yes, right?
That's a yes as well. I'm sorry.
Oh boy, I just want to try.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We have you as a yes. Thank you, Representative Urbanbis.
Thank
Take
you
care.
very much. I appreciate it. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Hold on.